emulators were used in the production of this podcast.
Where did you learn to podcast? That good?
That's awesome, sweetie. Thank you.
This is the Atari Jaguar Game by Game podcast, the show where we take a good long look at Atari's last home video game console, one game at a time. And when I say long, I do mean long. Have you seen the runtime of this episode? Yow. Whether you've never liked the Jaguar, never played the Jaguar, or never gotten over the Jaguar, I'm glad you're here. Welcome. I'm Shinto, your host, and I don't have any elbows! Oh, wait, here they are. That was a close one. It's always the last place you look. But you know who doesn't have any elbows, or kneecaps, or even a neck? That would be the title character and pretty much everybody else in part number C3669T, Rayman. Rayman is a 4MB cartridge, a 2D platform game for one player, developed and published by Ubisoft Entertainment and released in September of 1995. It carries an ESRB rating of K to A, kids to adults, ages 6+. Ubisoft Entertainment, originally two words, Ubisoft, but later concatenated to just Ubisoft, is a French video game developer and publisher founded in March of 1986, and still very much in business today, as of December 2021. One might even call it a powerhouse, I would, as one of the largest video game companies in the world. But its roots extend further back than 1986. Since time immemorial, which is a fancy way of saying I don't really know, the Guillemot family of Brittany, France ran a farm supply business, selling things like parts and chemicals. Brittany, or more properly Bretagne, if you're not familiar with French geography, is that big peninsula that sticks out on the west side of the country into the Atlantic. Most of the farming going on today in Brittany is livestock, poultry and cattle and pigs, but you can also find vegetable farms, things like onions and green beans and artichokes. That's not really relevant. But the Guillemot family sold to farms in this region as well as surrounding parts of France and into the UK. The five Guillemot sons, in alphabetical order Christian, Claude, Gérard, Michel, and Yves, worked in the family business both before and after going off to university, to give you a sense of their ages at the time. But coming back from school with an entrepreneurial vigor, they decided to diversify. Claude started selling music CDs through the mail, and they went on to sell computers to their farming customers. This would have been around 1984. They opened a storefront selling computers and software, and heck, why not video games too? People like video games. Claude took a trip to the UK and noticed that software prices in England, the consumer prices, were half what they were paying their French supplier. That's crazy. The Guillemot sons thought so too. They set up a mail-order company importing games from England and selling in France, and eventually started selling to French retailers as well, significantly undercutting their rival suppliers in France. In 1986, with all this experience moving video games, knowing what's selling and what the public wants, they formed a new company called Ubisoft to produce and sell new video games. They started with the bedroom coders, but rather than trying to recruit development talent in Paris, which is where their office was located, the Guillemot brothers rented a chateau in Brittany. Hey, come work for us, make cool games, live in a freaking castle, it'll be awesome. Imagine being a kid, 18, 19 years old, whisked off to a picturesque chateau along with a few other kids your age with similar interests, where you could flex your creativity and write code and make games. Sounds pretty great. The Ubi Chateau was on 700 partially forested acres, 45 minutes from civilization. Residents could go hiking, canoeing, water skiing, or just hang out on the grounds. There were no regular hours or anything, so these young programmers could work all night and chill out by day. The isolation was great for focus and concentration, but perhaps not so great for maintaining a social life. Some developers worked there for months, some only needed a few days. It was entirely up to the particular coder. The real problem here, though, was cost. Have you ever tried to maintain a castle? These things aren't terribly energy efficient, and Ubisoft was spending a crazy amount of money to heat the place in the winter. So after a year and a half, 2 years tops, they switched to a more traditional environment in Paris. Some of these young developers, I guess, were cool with that, but some were not. You go from a nice room in a chateau to a crummy apartment too far from the nice parts of Paris, at least on foot, and they lost some developers with this move. But the thing about Ubisoft is that there were no hard feelings if you left, and they'd welcome you back if you decided to return. It was around this time that Rayman got its start, but I'm going to skip over those details and circle back in a little bit because my outline says developer/publisher history here, not development history, which is coming up next. So Rayman happens, and it's big, really big, puts Ubisoft on the map. Here's this French company that can go toe-to-toe with the heavy hitters in the industry, using creativity and amazing art and animation. The company went public in 1996, an $80 million IPO. This influx of cash allowed them to open offices around the world: Spain, Italy, Morocco, Canada, Japan, China. In 1999, Gérard Guillemot started a new company, Gameloft, which specialized in mobile games. I know I have at least one Gameloft published title on my PSP, and I'm pretty sure my Nokia N9 came preloaded with the Gamesoft title as well. The golf game, I think. Never played or uninstalled it. But Michel Guillemot founded Ludi Games the following year, focusing on Java and PDA games, and it merged with Gameloft in 2001. Around this time, a sequel to Rayman was released, switching to a 3D perspective. There was a 2D prototype with an interesting mechanic of jumping in and out of the background layer, and at least a piece of this game was included as an unlockable feature in the PlayStation version of Rayman 2. There were also releases for the Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, PC, and Nintendo 3DS, all of them with differences and sometimes different names. An animated series was produced in 1999 to coincide with the release of Rayman 2. Only 4 episodes of this were actually made, but the title character is voiced by none other than Billy West, the super prolific voice actor whom I know best as the voice of Philip J. Fry, Dr. Zoidberg, and Professor Hubert Farnsworth in Futurama.
All right, listen, you whatever you are.
Rayman, and you are linguine, ravioli?
I am the great Rigatoni, and this is my circus.
Nice place, though I wouldn't want to live here.
In the year 2000, Ubisoft acquired software developer Red Storm, which was known for the Tom Clancy games, and with them, they developed Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six 3, giving Ubisoft a couple franchises with which to gain strength in the important North American market. The hits kept coming with Splinter Cell, Rayman 3, and the Prince of Persia reboot. Toward the end of 2004, Electronic Arts purchased 20% of the company, the largest share outside of the Guillemot family. This kind of freaked everybody out. Is this the beginning of a takeover, a merger? Are they going to mess with Ubisoft's culture? If they do, we're out of here, a lot of developers warned. But a buyout never happened, and EA sold its shares 6 years later. With the 7th generation of video game consoles, Ubisoft created the Assassin's Creed series, which was no small level of success. As of 2011, 25 years after the company was founded, Ubisoft was the 3rd largest video game publisher in the world, behind Electronic Arts and Activision. In 2011, Rayman returned with Rayman Origins, followed by Rayman Legends in 2013. Unlike Rayman 2 and 3, Origins and Legends were 2D games, beautiful and sometimes laugh-out-loud funny 2D games. But let's talk about the actual origins of Rayman after a bit more of its music. Rayman began not on the Jaguar, not on the PlayStation, not even on the Super Nintendo, but on paper. A teenage Michel Ancel wanted to make video games, so he taught himself many of the prerequisites for video game development: code, music, and art. He sketched out what would eventually become the Rayman character years later. He got involved with Ubisoft in the late 80s because of a programming competition Ubisoft announced in a magazine where a lucky coder could win a computer. Michel Ancel created a humorous animation of chlorofluorocarbons breaking up ozone. The ozone hole and CFCs were big in the news at the time, if you remember. He didn't win the computer, but he did win a phone call. Ubisoft asked him to come to Paris. He was out around Montpellier at the time for an interview. Here's this kid, 14 or 15 years old, traveling to Paris alone on the train, wandering a kind of sketchy, graffiti-laden suburb looking for their office for hours. He eventually found it and was told to go out to Brittany. Okay. He hops on another train to go the few hundred kilometers out to Brittany, and from there is picked up by a town car and taken out to the chateau. This is where he met with Gérard Guillemot and showed off the game that he had been working on, an action puzzle game called Brain Blasters. That's kind of the perfect name for an action puzzle game, isn't it? Anyway, Ubisoft offered to publish the game. Finish it up, we'll publish it. So Ancel went home and put 6 months into Brain Blasters to get it finished. The game was released on the Amiga and Atari ST. The Ancel family moved out to Brittany, where young Michel worked on games like The Intruder and Pick and Pile. But remember that thing about the expensive castle and moving Ubisoft's development offices back to the Paris area? Yeah, that happened, and Ancel couldn't go with them. It was just too expensive. So he bid adieu to Ubisoft and went back home to the relocated Ancel family back in Montpellier. The Guillemot boys were okay with that. They said, hey, we'd love to work with you again, so if you develop anything cool, hit us up and we'll help you out. This leads us to Rayman. Development of Rayman began, again, not on the Jaguar, or the PlayStation, or the Super Nintendo, but on the Atari ST computer. For around 6 months in the beginning of 1992, Ancel worked on code, art, animation, and sound for this pre-proto Rayman on the ST, but with input from another guy named Frédéric Hode, they changed their target to the Super Nintendo PlayStation, which, as you may know, was the ultimately failed partnership with Sony to create a CD-ROM attachment for the Super Nintendo. Ancel and Hode pitched their idea to Ubisoft, including Guillemot brothers Gérard, Yves, and Michel, along with another guy named Serge Hascoët. The level design proposed in this meeting involved a giant trombone, where you move your character inside the trombone, leveraging this ST-born animation system. The game was taking a long time to come together, with just 2 guys working on it, Ancel and Hode, but Ubisoft, seeing the potential behind it, added more resources, more people. The other Michel Guillemot, took over the reins and organized multi-city development, with the art largely coming out of Montpellier and programming and level design in Paris. This Super Nintendo PlayStation thing, never came out. There is, however, a prototype version of this early Rayman out in the wild. In July of 2017, Ancel released the ROM, and it's very different Rayman from the one that graced the Jaguar and PlayStation and everything else. This is a cooperative game with male and female Rayman characters whose bodies are less oval and more gumdrop. There's a thick status bar at the bottom of the screen showing shield and power ratings for each character, something called shops between those two, which has what looks like a gemstone, and a question mark in the bottom right corner. The story is different too, but I'll touch on that a little bit later because it ties directly into the Jaguar version. The Super Nintendo thing wasn't going to happen, so Ancel started looking at other platforms for the game. When the Atari Jaguar was released, he said, I felt it was the first console that was capable of displaying our graphics. It could also run the game at 60 frames per second with full screen scrolling. The Jaguar's Motorola 68000 processor gave Ancel and Hode a familiar starting point, since both had worked on the Amiga and Atari ST, computers which also used the 68K. They found the Jaguar hardware cool to work with, but found the debugging tools to be lacking. According to an interview with Ubisoft developer Fred Marcus, linked in the show notes, when Sony and Sega saw the early Jaguar builds of Rayman, they wanted versions for the PlayStation and Saturn, respectively. There's a rumor, a conspiracy theory more like, that Sony paid Ubisoft a truckload of money to get the game on the PlayStation first, but that's not true. Ubisoft pounced on the PlayStation because they wanted to have one of the first titles available on the platform as close to launch as possible. They succeeded, launching Rayman at a time when there were only 9 other PlayStation titles available. If it had shipped just 1 year later, said Yves Guillemot in an interview with Game Informer, it wouldn't have been as big a success because there would have been too many games. Michel Ancel is quoted as saying in Games Magazine, "When we did the original Rayman, Sony was telling us that it wasn't the right style for the current trend," referring to the 3D trend. It did beat the Jaguar version to market by about a week. I'm deferring to a website called RayWiki, the Rayman Encyclopedia at raymanpc.com. They've got tons of great information there. It's really quite exhaustive, and they have release dates listed too. They show September 1st, 1995 for the PlayStation version in North America, September 9th for the Jaguar, September 22nd for the PlayStation in Japan, and September 29th for European PlayStation owners. But let me back up a bit and talk more about the Jaguar version's development. First word of Rayman appeared in the May 1994 issue of Atari Explorer Online, which said that instead of Jimmy Connor's Tennis, Ubisoft was focusing their efforts on a futuristic adventure game entitled Rayman, which they planned to display at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show. Sticking with Atari Explorer Online for now, their 1994 Summer CES coverage includes a write-up of Rayman by Tao Funkabilu. He calls it the most visually impressive title he has seen to date, surpassing the animation of many cartoons. Here's what he said about the game's story. You control Rayman, who is a figment of a young lad's imagination. Rayman ventures through his imagination through the Here It's Cool world. Wait, what? Allow me to quote from an Atari press release dated January 6, 1995, describing Rayman. 10-year-old Jimmy creates a stunning imaginary kingdom called Here It's Cool in his computer and transforms himself into Rayman, a fantasy hero who combats the forces of evil to save his friends. This is very similar to the copy used to describe the game in the Atari Jaguar promotional magazine I've mentioned many times throughout this podcast, and is an early working story for the game. That's not the story that the game ended up with, which I'll get into a little bit later, and nobody knows why the story was changed. Well, somebody knows, I'm pretty sure, but that someone is not me, since it's something I wasn't able to track down. Biff's gaming videos, you may also remember from past episodes, includes footage shot at the 1994 Summer Consumer Electronics Show, and for Rayman, we see about 20 seconds of footage, Rayman walking on his hands doing a foot attack, more on that in a bit, trying to scare some guys, then jumping into the water. There doesn't seem to be much, if any, collision detection here. You also see a grumpy-looking Mr. Stone standing on the top of a hill. Rayman footage also appears in the Jaguar Dealer demo tape, a clean copy of which you can find on YouTube courtesy of Hard4 Games and Hugh Johnson of the Retro Game Club podcast. I previously mentioned this in the Super Burnout episode, and the Rayman stuff, well, it appears on the tape right after Super Burnout, so starting around 41 minutes, 25 seconds in. We see about a minute's worth of footage from a very early build of the game in 9 different sequences. Astute Rayman fans, Ray fans, will be able to pick out several elements which are out of place, not yet implemented, or missing from the final version. This will, of course, be linked in the show notes. Rayman was aiming for a December 1994 release, but as reported in the December 4th Atari Explorer Online, the game was pushed back to early 1995 because, quoting here, the staff at Ubisoft in France decided to add lots of depth to the game. They added many interactions between Rayman and the backgrounds, as well as adding lots of different backgrounds, characters, and more atmosphere. It goes on to say, more people were added to the Rayman team to boost the work along. The total's over 30, and the first few levels are complete. Bet on Rayman hitting the Jaguar first, around the end of January, early February, quickly followed by a version for the Sony PlayStation, with the Sega Saturn version trailing behind. A possible PC version is also being considered. Ubisoft expects the Jaguar version to be the best, to which the editor replies, naturally. Atari's Fun and Games press event in July 1995 included Rayman in its complete or near-complete form, aiming for an August or near-August release. The Rayman table, Adam Urbano writes for Atari Explorer Online, features the Ubisoft press release folder, which contained press releases and photographs, along with a Rayman post-it notepad, guitar pick, and a set of Rayman stickers. Frank Slater from Ubisoft provided some detailed information about the state of Rayman as of, I'm guessing, late June or early July of 95. I don't want to paraphrase this first paragraph. I want to read it verbatim. It's very good. Imagine this, of course, in Frank Slater's voice. Rayman for the Atari Jaguar is currently in the very final phases of quality control, a nice way of saying debugging. As you all know, Rayman is the first game Ubisoft made for the Atari Jaguar, and just like any process, there is a learning curve to programming and debugging a product on an unfamiliar system. The delays that have taken place in our launch plan were not intentional. There are no secret strategic implications whatsoever. The delays to Rayman Jaguar have absolutely nothing to do with the other versions of Rayman. We just wanted to make this product the best game available for the Atari Jaguar, and that objective forced us to take the time necessary to do things the right way. We obviously wish we could have released this game many months ago, believe me, but we didn't feel it was ready then. Ultimately, you will be the judges, but I am certain that once you play Rayman, you will agree it was well worth the wait. He goes on to say that he expects the game to enter production on July 17th, arriving on store shelves 4 to 5 weeks later. Arcade Attack is a podcast and a website which features dozens of excellent interviews, and I'm not just saying that because one of those interviews is with me. Maybe they're excellent in spite of having an interview with me in there. But anyway, one of the real video game luminaries they interviewed was Frédéric Hode of Ubisoft. When asked which version of Rayman he liked best, he said that he was tweaking boss and character animation as he noticed little things, and these changes just ended up on the Jaguar. So, he says, in the polish department, he thinks the Jaguar wins. On the other hand, the PlayStation version has CD quality music and a sliding feature. Sliding is something I'll talk more about later. In the end, between the Jaguar and PlayStation versions, Michel Hode calls it a draw. In an Atari roundtable discussion on the Genie online network, I'm guessing this was early September 1995, the president of Atari's North American operations was asked what Atari is doing to help make Rayman a system seller. And Mr. Hoff replied that although it's a third-party title, Atari is including Rayman in its magazine and TV ads, as well as their mall and college tours. The mall tour thing, I mentioned it back in episode 13 for Wolfenstein 3D, the EGM Super Tour, and although I don't specifically remember seeing Rayman there, it's possible it was. I only remember 3 games being there that I didn't own, keeping in mind that I owned pretty much everything that had been released by that point, and Rayman, it wasn't among those 3. Doom, Wolfenstein, and Ultra Vortek were the games. Ubisoft is said to have been pleased with the reception Rayman received, and Atari UK was in talks to include Rayman as a pack-in game with Jaguar consoles, but I don't think those negotiations came to fruition. Before digging into the actual game, I wanted to touch on a couple of the Jaguar Rayman prototype versions that have been discovered. The first, I'm mostly just going to read this off from the Ray Wiki at raymanpc.com. This version begins with Rayman dropping down in a Dream Forest level and getting stunned the second he hits the ground. Not all objects have collision detection, but Rayman can perform handstands and attack with his feet, and his fists can be charged up to be more powerful, which is displayed with an icon in the bottom left corner with the word Nova next to it. The heads-up display is different. There are more hit points than normal, and the word POW is between that and the lives counter. An icon of an anti-tune is displayed instead of the Tings icon, which shows the number of enemies that have been defeated rather than the number of items collected. No game over system had been implemented by this point, so when you lose your last life, the counter rolls back to 99. This version also includes a different type of gen door, which can spawn multiple enemies at random. This was not included in the final game due to the newly made multi-platform engine only allowing a set amount of objects per level, unlike the Jaguar version which allowed objects to be spawned in after the level had been loaded. The magician now also holds a staff, which can be seen in the intro of the final game. I tried out this version, as well as the other Rayman prototype out there, which is more playable and closer to completion. This latter one features a slightly different world map than the final release, some different level design, and no intro screen or story, but it is getting pretty close to the final release. In Rayman's world, a surreal valley located within the Glade of Dreams, nature and people live together in peace. All of this harmonious balance is facilitated and ensured by the Great Protune. The Great Protune, as I'm sure you're all aware, is a mystical pink orb guarded by Batilla the Fairy and surrounded by friendly little Electoons, which embody this peaceful equilibrium. But one day, I think it was a Tuesday, an evil being known only as Mr. Dark smacks Batilla around and steals the Great Protoon. In its absence, the Electoons lose their stability and scatter far and wide, only to be captured and caged by Mr. Dark's only slightly less evil minions. The world descends into chaos, or, at the very least, an unbalanced and dangerous mess, with hostile creatures appearing all over the glade. Rayman, it is up to you to free the Electoons from their tiny prisons, defeat Mr. Dark and recover the Great Protoon, and thus restore peace and harmony. Rayman was not born with superpowers, and there was no military experiment involving gamma radiation, or a freak accident, or a homemade flying armored suit. In fact, all he can really do is just walk, hop, and crawl. But within him beats the heart of a hero. I know it, Batilla knows it, Mr. Dark... I don't know if Mr. Dark actually knows that Rayman exists at first, to tell you the truth, but let's go show him. Let's thwart his evil plans and restore the world. In Rayman, you control, Rayman, as you walk through 60 levels in 6 different themed regions throughout the Glade of Dreams, rescuing Electoons and often defeating enemies. Often defeating enemies more than once, because they reappear when you're not looking. Rayman starts out, as I said, with just a few basic moves. He can walk left or right, he can climb up and down, he can crawl flat on his belly left or right, he can jump, and he can make a silly face. Wait, silly face? Yeah, that's totally a move Rayman can do. Is it actually useful? Never. Why is it even in the game? Well, I think it's meant to be useful and does work, albeit barely, in other ports. Will I continue asking myself questions and then answering them? Probably. This move is not mentioned in the Jaguar manual, nor is it in the abbreviated manual that came with the PlayStation Classic release. The original UK PlayStation manual, though, it's in there, where the move is described as poke his tongue out. Not tongue, tong, T-O-N-G. As the game progresses, Rayman will encounter Batilla the Fairy, who helps him in his quest by bestowing new abilities. The first one is the ability to punch. Rayman can throw a quick punch, or hold the button down to wind up for a longer punch. Rayman, remember, has no arms or legs, so this punching action basically means throwing his fist away from his body. It comes back, though, like a boomerang, and can take out enemies on the way out or on the way back. If you look closely, and I mean really closely, stepping through the animation one frame at a time if you're that level of nitpicky like me, you'll see that the fist actually appears a couple frames before he actually throws it, and he's only short-handed for a few more frames, meaning Rayman has 2 hands again before his thrown fist even starts its return journey. But Rayman's facial animation is expressive, his happy demeanor being replaced by furrowed brows and squinting eyes. Later, Rayman learns how to hang. Not hang tough, sorry Tesla or New Kids on the Block, but just hang, like from a ledge. If there's a ledge or platform that Rayman can't quite reach by jumping, his disconnected hand will make up the difference, grabbing hold of the edge so that he can pull himself up. Works when falling, too. Next, Rayman will be granted the ability to grab onto things. He can fly through the air with the greatest of ease, grab onto rings, and similar things. Basically just by punching them. Perhaps the most unique ability is coming up next. Rayman will be able to use his hair as a helicopter. It's short-lived and he can only use it once per jump or whatever, but it can temporarily arrest a fall and is good for extending the range of a jump or helping to time moving platforms and stuff. Finally, the last permanent power is the ability to run. Hold down a button and make a mad dash. It gives him momentum for longer jumps as well. There are a couple of temporary level-specific abilities that Rayman can gain during the course of the game. He can plant seeds, which grow quite rapidly into a flower that he can jump on like a platform. He can also gain a super helicopter move, giving him a much more controlled, longer duration flight. With great powers come great enemies to use those powers against. Anti-toons are little round guys, like the Electoons, but angrier. They're filled with dark energy and can be found throughout the game, marching around with authority, jumping up and snapping with a disproportionate flip-top head, even flying around with spinning hair. They've got this ponytail of white hair sticking out of the top of their heads. Interestingly, their helicopter hair is yellow, whereas it's white otherwise. So it's like there's some red shift going on with the color spectrum, though I guess it would be red shifted on the trailing side and blue shifted on the leading side, which it isn't, so I can't physics my way out of that one. The color change could be a bug. Anyway, since these guys are so small, when they're on the ground, Rayman often has to use his fist's boomerang effect to get them by ducking down on the return journey so that the fist comes back lower, closer to the ground. If you successfully hit an anti-toon, their cartoon eyes bounce around until they fall off a ledge or something. There are little green guys with oversized pith helmets, which cover their head down past their nose and have little eye holes so that they can see. And if they see Rayman, they'll start trying to grab him with extending hands. Rayman's not the only one with this power, you know. Their hats fly back so that you can see their faces when they do this. Their extendo reach isn't the only annoying thing about these guys. They'll also duck when you try to punch them, so your fist sails right over their heads. If you crouch Rayman after punching, his boomerang fist can hit them, even while ducked, on its return journey, just like how I mentioned with the anti-toons. These guys, because of their helmets, are known as Little Livingstons, after the famed Scottish explorer David Livingstone. Although I wonder if Henry Morton Stanley, the explorer and reporter who eventually tracked down Livingstone and may or may not have greeted him with the famous line, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume." I wonder if Stanley is more famous for wearing this pith helmet than the actual Dr. Livingstone. But that's what they're called here in Rayman. There's also a tall version which wanders around with this thin mustache and slouching posture, hat often up over his head and sometimes slipping down if he ever stops walking. He doesn't actively attack Rayman on sight unless he gets really close, at which point these guys go crazy. Their eyes bulge out with animated lines of redness that spread from the pupils around the back of the eyeballs, and they make an insensate charge toward Rayman, arms outstretched. Usually this leads him over a ledge to his doom, as long as Rayman gets out of the way in time. An interesting thing happens when you drop a giant plum on a tall Livingstone's head. It gets stuck, and he walks around as if intoxicated. He can still hurt you if you run into him, but you can totally jump on his plummy head as he walks around, and it does look pretty silly. In other parts of the game, it's the tall Livingstone alone that reacts to Rayman's silly face, scaring him and making him run in the opposite direction. But try as I might on the Jaguar, it seemed to be proximity, not the face, that makes the tall Livingstones freak out. There are piranha, bluish-purple fish which leap out of the water, propelled by spinning tail fins, chomping their yellow pointy teeth as they go. If Rayman punches one in the air, it grins sheepishly at the camera, breaking the fourth wall, and blinks a couple of times before its teeth fall out like broken glass, and it falls back into the water. Hunters are bombastic, mustachioed chaps with a big chin and big pistol. They'll eagerly take sight along the pistol, squinting pretty hard, and let loose a bullet.
A bullet?
A bullet?
Oh! What kind of bullet?
A slow-moving bullet with a hatch on the top. After it leaves the flared-out barrel, causing a significant amount of recoil and leaving occasional puffs of smoke in its wake, the hatch pops open, and a mechanical arm with a large white-gloved hand pops out, wielding a giant wooden mallet that whacks the air in front of it. After firing, the hunter removes his red neckerchief and polishes his weapon, which really looks like it has its own eyeball in the barrel and closes when it's being scrubbed down. This is tougher than the other enemies I've mentioned and usually requires multiple hits to dispatch. There's a weird wandering tentacle thing.
What's a tentacle?
Oh, just something I whipped up in my spare time. Made good pets, actually, until one of them tried to take over the world.
Unlike the lovably evil purple tentacles in that game, this fresh botanical horror is about 2 Raymans tall, yellow with purple suction cups, a big red mouth at the top, a pair of giant blue eyes at the base looking up, though you usually only see one eye at a time. It occasionally spits out a Livingstone, big or small, and takes several hits to defeat. There's an insect of some sort. Sometimes it's called a moth or a grasshopper or a cricket, but it really doesn't look like any of them. It's green, has a pair of yellow feet, a pair of opaque wings, a pair of balled-up antennae, and, well, a pair of eyes. If only it was limited to a pair of moves, but no, it can do the little Livingston ducking thing, staying ducked while Rayman winds up and throws his fist. If Rayman gets too close, this insect will give him a brutal headbutt. And if Rayman crouches to hide from this guy, it'll fly up in the air and repeatedly try to kick him. It's like this bug is saying, hey, I'm just hovering up here throwing my long kicking foot out. If you happen to get in the way of it, that's on you. These flying, kicking, ducking, buzzing bad guys are pretty tricky, and I think you're going to hate encountering them. There are trumpets. Trumpets with a head cold. They've got heavy eyes and askew valves, basically looking like they're going to sneeze, which they do. If Rayman is off the ground at the time they let loose, like he's in the middle of a jump, their sneezes can blow him across the screen, sometimes helping him get to where he needs to go, and sometimes not. There are giant red drummer guys, 3 Raymans tall. They've got this kind of lightning bolt on the left side of their chest. That would be his left, not our left, dude. And an orangish heart with a yellow arrow through it. Their eyes are closed, one colored yellow and the other blue, and they swing down giant spiky chrome mallets. They don't move around and you can't hurt them, so maybe they should be considered more of an environmental adversary instead, and I'll cover those later when I talk about the levels. There are men made out of stone, a little taller than Rayman, taller still if you include the flower sprouting out of the tops of their heads. Occasionally, if Rayman gives them some room to wander, you can see them pull out a watering can and water their head flowers. It's kind of cute. If Rayman doesn't give them room to wander, they will throw exploding balls of partially crusted lava, or these white fireball things. And if you're thinking to yourself, how can Rayman punch a rock to death? He can't. Rayman can only temporarily break him apart, and he'll reassemble after a few seconds. There are packs of stone dogs. They kind of look like dogs. They bound around on 4, feet, since they don't have actual legs. They wear wide stone hats and curl into a ball when they leap through the air. There are flying spikes, also known as picks. They look like they're rocket-powered, with puffs of smoke and flame from behind their eyes and long stabby nose. They can fly either horizontally or vertically, I've seen it both ways, and can appear to be different sizes. Imagine, if you will, a cat-like creature in a bubble-headed spacesuit riding on a frying pan. These are known as space pirates, maybe because one of the types of flying frying pan riders wears an eye patch. The other one has wide open eyes and big lips forming an O as if saying, "Ooh, I am a scary space pirate." The eye patch wearing one squints as it goes on the attack, leaning in on his frying pan toward Rayman, and you really can't see the eye patch when he does this. The other one is always going, "Woo!" A 4-legged spider with high-stepping suction cup feet will attack by turning around and shooting a spike out of its backside. It'll then peek back around, and if it sees that Rayman is still there, it'll shoot another butt spike at him. Rinse and repeat. Large-mouthed fish are surly-looking purplish fish with yellow eyes and buck teeth. They swim near the surface of the water and leap out to try to bite Rayman with their oversized fangs. There are clowns. Too many clowns, in 3 different evil flavors. First, there's the bomb-throwing clown. He has a big purple nose, tufts of purple hair on the sides of his head, and a braided yellow ponytail. He's dressed in a green and white checkerboard bodysuit and shoes with a little matching propeller beanie that lets him fly around, I think just horizontally. He carries a wrapped present, red wrapping paper with yellow dots and a pink ribbon, and the present is for you. It's full of bombs. He flings the box down, and out of the bottom falls a black cannonball-style bomb that explodes on impact. Next is the big punching clown. He's a rather rotund fellow with a big red nose, teal-colored tufts of hair on the sides of his white head, and a little green top hat up top. He's wearing striped blue trousers, a pink shirt, purple bow tie with a yellow thing in the center, and matching purple shoes. He happily trots around until spotting Rayman, when he turns angry and whips out a concealed mallet, a green mallet with golden stars, that shakes the screen when swung.
Edit.
I forgot to mention when I recorded this, if Rayman isn't in the air at the time, the swung mallet will knock him to the ground, basically stunning him temporarily. And the animation that we see there shows Rayman sitting down, rubbing his chin with one hand while the other taps the ground, and stars twinkle over his head. This animation is one of the first things you see in the earliest Jaguar prototype that's been uncovered, where Rayman falls to the ground in the Dream Forest and is stunned. And unless I totally missed something, this animation appears nowhere else in the final game. So I find it interesting that about the first thing you see in the first prototype doesn't appear again until very late in the final release, as the big punching clown is one of the very last enemies Rayman will encounter.
End of edit.
Finally, there's the bubble-throwing clown, slender with a big nose and oversized incisors, and huge eyeball magnifying glasses. He has a golden curlicue of hair up top, a blue and white striped costume, and a big yellow squirting flower. He'll throw giant droplets of water, which is apparently quite toxic to Rayman. Not just here, but throughout the game. Those are the enemies actively working against Rayman, excluding the bosses, which I'll get into later. But there are some things in the game which can help him out. First are tings. These are sparkly blue globes scattered throughout the game. They often form arrows to point you in a certain direction or indicate a safe or suggested path or other hints. They make a sound when you pick them up. Sometimes it's all the same sound, and sometimes it's a variety. At one point in Phase 2 of Bongo Hills, collecting tings will play the first two bars of the classic French folk song Au clair de la lune. How cool is that? It's pretty cool. If you collect 100 tings, you get an extra life. When Rayman dies, his ting count is reset to 0, but all tings in the level are reset as well. This is true at the beginning of a level, as well as the photographer checkpoints. The checkpoints don't store ting counts or power-up levels, just Rayman's position within the level. More on that later. But one more thing you can do with tings is trade them with the magician in exchange for a quick bonus level. You can find the magician hiding in his top hat in various secluded parts throughout the game, 11 places in total. The hat will entice you by sparkling a bit, and if Rayman has fewer than 10 tings, a little gloved hand will pop out of the hat and point up, and a little message will burst out of the top of the hat showing a picture of a ting, and then times 10. It'll stay that way for a second before collapsing and popping out of existence. This whole animation takes about 4 seconds and repeats continuously, but if Rayman has more than 10 tings in his inventory as he approaches the hat, the magician will pop out. He's got purple striped shorts, a blue outfit with golden buttons, and a mustache extending out from either side of his giant nose, hanging down to his waist. The mustache, not the nose.
Edit.
It's a little ambiguous based off of what we see on the Jaguar itself, but I believe the magician does not have a long mustache, but rather regular hair that's grown out pretty long. The mustache thing was always my impression playing the game back then, but given what we see in the PlayStation version's CGI intro, it's pretty obvious the magician has no facial hair.
End of edit.
Get close to the magician and Rayman will automatically hand over those 10 tings, which now look like Electoons. And after the transaction is complete, the magician will disappear and Rayman will be warped to a bonus level. These are timed stages where Rayman must collect a certain number of tings in order to win. Times can range anywhere between 25 and 45 seconds, and the ting count can range from 10 to 17. Each bonus level has the same time and count and layout each time you visit, so memorization helps. Collect them all in the allotted time, and the word perfect with 2 exclamation points will bounce around in the middle of the screen, and Rayman will receive an extra life. Win or lose, the number of tings collected during the bonus stage are given to Rayman after the bonus stage ends. The same stage can be visited more than once, but a maximum of 1 bonus life will ever be awarded per stage. In some levels, you'll find a photographer, poised and ready to take a picture in front of a photo board. You see this type of thing in touristy places where there's a wide flat board with a hole in it for your head and some kind of silly drawing on the front so that when you stick your head through, it looks like you have a monkey body or whatever. Well, they've got those in Rayman too. Some levels have none, some levels have more than one, but each looks the same. The photo board shows a muscle-bound guy at a beach. There are a couple of palm trees in the background, white seagulls in the clear blue sky, and the character has knees, thighs, and shins, which is more than I can say for about everything else in the game. And also 2 white-gloved hands. A dark blue beach towel is over one shoulder. The left hand is holding, maybe it's a surfboard, but now I think it looks more like something reflecting the sunlight. You know, like those mirrored surfaces you hold up under your chin to improve your tan or whatever. And his right hand is holding, okay, I really don't know what that is either. It looks like a can or upside-down bottle of sunscreen or maybe a ham hock. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. But the point of this whole thing is that there's a notch where the beach dude's head would be, and if Rayman walks behind the board, he'll stop in the middle for a photo. The photographer is standing nearby. He's got giant blue shoes, a purple camera bag with a telephoto lens sticking out, and a red and green blue checkerboard coat, a mop of yellow hair, and a giant eyeball looking through the viewfinder of his SLR camera. His head, arms, and body move around a bit while he's waiting. This isn't just for a novelty photo that they'll probably charge you $10 for on the way out of the valley. It also serves as a checkpoint. This is where you resume if you die later in the level. Note that if you run out of lives and have to use a continue, Rayman will start from the beginning of the stage, not from the checkpoint. You can use the same photographer more than once if you move like 1 or 2 screens away and then backtrack, but there really isn't much point. Occasionally throughout the game you'll reach a special level featuring Batilla the Fairy. Batilla is wearing a green and yellow dress, green on one side, yellow on the other, and a matching hat with a few blue diamonds. I'd make a Lucky Charms joke, but apparently I used that up already way back in the Cybermorph episode, so I'll have to skip it. She's floating kind of in a sitting position, as you can tell with her very pointy shoes. She's sit-floating, it would seem, which is a skill I know I'll never master, try as I might. She has long red hair, white gloves, and a trio of spheres orbiting a center of gravity just above her pointy hat. And there are magical sparkles swirling around her. Her eyes are closed until Rayman approaches, at which point she awakens from her trance, gives you a brief message, which you read at the bottom of the screen, and then bestows a new permanent power to last throughout the rest of the game. Finishing these special levels conveniently requires that very skill, so basically Rayman has to demonstrate proficiency before moving on. There are a few other interesting, friendly characters Rayman will encounter, and I'll talk about those later. There also exist temporary power-ups, which can assist Rayman in his quest. Well, temporary depending on how good you are. For me, they're all very temporary. We'll start with the single power, which is a bouncing red ball with a white letter P on it, orbited by one yellow sphere. The sphere matches your health gauge indicator, and picking this up will add that yellow dot to your health gauge. In other words, it restores 1 hit point.
You could have just said heart.
I could have. Similar to the single power is the double power, with 2 yellow orbs encircling the bouncing letter P. This restores 2 hit points. Happy, Bishop?
Hardly ever.
Okay. Best of all is the big power. It not only restores all of your hit points, but if you've only got 3, it increases that number to 5. 5 is the maximum. Enjoy it while it lasts. The Golden Fist power-up looks like a golden fist, gently floating in the air with blue sparks shooting out the back. Picking this up will increase the power of Rayman's boomerang fist. It turns the thrown fist a gold color too, but his normal unthrown fist, you know, when he's walking around with it, that's still white. The speed fist floats in place, rapidly flashing between white and gold, and is orbited by a blue ball with a white letter S on it, leaving sparks in its wake. Grab this, and Rayman's punch is faster. Picking up a second one increases its speed further. Picking up a third will do nothing for you since there are only 2 extra speeds. There's no on-screen indicator which speed fist level you have, but flying fists do leave a trail of sparks when it's powered up at least once. The effect of either of these fist power-ups will be lost when Rayman takes damage. The speed fist at level 2 will be reduced to level 1, and the golden fist will be gone altogether. It is time now, I think, because that's how I set up the outline, to go through all of the worlds and levels in Jaguar Rayman. There are 6 themed worlds, think of them as distinct ecosystems or biomes within the Glade of Dreams, but there is some crossover in the enemies that inhabit them. Within each world or levels, most worlds have 3 or 4 named levels, but the first one has 5 levels and the final world has 1. Each level contains a number of stages that must be completed before unlocking the next level, and sometimes there are 2 levels unlocked at a time with a branching path. Each stage within a level is complete by reaching the exit signpost, a wooden sign kind of arrow-shaped pointing to the right with a black exclamation point on it. Very Bubsy-like.
Oh sure, let's all torch the Bubster.
When he reaches the signpost, Rayman will do a little spin and strike a pose with a gleaming smile while the end-of-stage theme plays. The first stage of each level contains another signpost right at the beginning, a triangular sign with a left-pointing arrow that'll take Rayman out of the level and back to the overworld or map screen. Each level contains 6 cages throughout the stages, the rhyming is unintentional, that contain imprisoned Electoons. Opening all of the cages is required to unlock the 6th and final world in the game. So earn your wages and unlock the cages in each of the stages. Mr. Dark, this enrages, his outrageous rampages. Make it one for the ages. The Glade of Dreams, this assuages. That rhyming was intentional. But before we can reach the final world, we must start where Rayman starts, in the Dream Forest. This is a lush and verdant land, a little bit swampy, but bursting with activity. Butterflies of red and purple and peach and blue and green all flutter about, big white flowers dance, and seemingly use their leaves to play a pair of mushrooms like drums. And other playful mushrooms will hop or bounce or stack themselves up in a tower 4 mushrooms tall. Never mind that many of these mushrooms look like Amanita muscaria, one of the most dangerous mushrooms known to man, but fortunately, despite the many buttons available on the Atari Jaguar controller, none of them were labeled Mycota mastication, so Rayman is probably safe from the merry Muscimol mushroom menace. The Dreamforce levels consist of green-topped, rocky platforms, vines with twisty purple leaves hanging from above, stalks made of blue and green oblate spheres, whimsical mushroom-like structures ranging in size from small to gigantic, plants with big red and pink and yellow bendy leaves atop bendy stalks, floating flower petal platforms with what look like pinkish bow ties. These are like nenufar water lilies, but in the air, and come in 2 varieties, ones with dangling green fronds and ones with a dangling strand of blue and green spheres. The green ones are smaller and more delicate, falling out of the air pretty much immediately after Rayman hops on it. The sphere nenufar are more stable, either holding Rayman's weight without budging or moving around on their own. Rayman, both the game and the character, start in the Pink Plant Woods, which contains 3 stages, 4 if you count the first encounter with Patilla the Fairy. The first stage is very simple, has no enemies, and gives you a feel for jumping and climbing and avoiding water hazards. The second stage introduces you to enemies, namely Antitoons, Livingstons, and Hunters, which you've got to avoid because you have no actual attacks at this point. You also see Protoons locked in cages, which you can't do anything about for the same reason. This is a common thing. In these early levels, you have to come back through once you've gained new powers in order to open up the cages and free everybody. Also in Stage 2, you're able to meet the Magician here and trade some tings for a visit to the first bonus level, in which you collect 10 tings, leveraging 6 nenufar platforms. If it's your first time through the Pink Plant Woods, between Stages 2 and 3, you'll visit Patilla the Fairy. She says, "Hello Rayman, I'm Patilla the Fairy, and I'm going to help you in your quest. You've done well so far, but you'll have to face tougher creatures. I can give you a new power. Press the C button to punch." Rayman proudly looks at the screen and smiles as Patilla floats away. Stage 3 lets you finally smack some of these pesky Livingstons and open up some cages. Finishing the Pink Plant Woods does 2 things. It opens up a save point, which you can visit anywhere between 0 and 100,000 times, saving your progress. I'll talk more about saves later in the episode. The other thing that happens is that the next level is unlocked, Anguish Lagoon. Anguish Lagoon has 3 stages, 4 if you count another encounter with Patilla. It also includes your first boss battle. The first stage has 5 cages, only 4 of which you can actually open at this point. In Stage 2, you meet Bizit, a giant bug-eyed mosquito. Is that redundant? A mosquito is a bug, but regardless, these aren't multifaceted like a normal earth insect, but they are gigantic. In addition to his profound peepers, Bizit has a long yellow proboscis, a pink and orange striped body, pink eyelids, little wings, white gloves, and tennis shoes. He'll attack from above with his proboscis, and horizontally from the sides. Rayman must punch him 5 times to win. Each punch will make Bizit's various body parts lose cohesion and fly apart, and when they rejoin, he staggers away. While flying. He stagger flies away. Upon defeat, Rayman will celebrate, while Bizit crumples to the ground and starts to cry. Rayman feels bad about this, pats Bizit on the head, or eyeball, and they high-five and pose for a picture. I guess you've got to take the picture. The photographer isn't here. Stage 3 is very different. Rayman is flying. Well, technically Bizit is flying, and Rayman is riding on his new best bug, Bud, hanging on by the eyeballs, which is kind of weird. And as you control the odd couple here, you can make Bizit shoot fluffy white projectiles from his proboscis. The pair can move around the screen, up, down, left, right, while the screen scrolls by at a consistent rate. Well, not consistent since it can change speeds on you, but we'll say persistent. It has persistent scrolling. It's a lot like a side-scrolling shooter here. Blast enemies, gather tings, avoid spiky fruit, some of which will fall as you pass by, and break open the one cage. Toward the end, there are groups of tings that form the numbers 1, 3, 6, 4. I wonder what that could mean. We'll circle back later on that one. Following the flying, we find the fairy. Batilla is back to bestow a new power. Here's what she says. You're courageous, Rayman, but you'll have to keep at it. You now have the power to hang. This is a skill demonstrated on the way out. When Rayman can't quite reach a platform, he'll grab onto it with a disembodied hand and just hang there until pushing up on the directional pad. No buttons necessary. After this, we reach a fork in the road. Stay in the Dream Forest and visit Forgotten Swamps, or head on out to Bandland, the next themed world in the game. I'm going to make the choice for you. We're going to hit the swamps, so bring your galoshes and your bug spray containing diethyl-3-methylbenzamide because Bizit isn't the only mosquito this side of the Dream Forest. Entering the Forgotten Swamps, which sounds like a level in Gauntlet Legends or Dark Legacy. You're now entering the Forgotten Swamps. We first encounter Tarzan, kind of a cross between Tarzan and Rayman, who's lost his loincloth in a purple vine. Oh, don't act like this hasn't happened to you. We've all been there. So Rayman jumps up and knocks the loincloth down for Tarzan, who grabs it, disappears entirely behind the purple flowers where he's been hiding, and leaps out, modesty intact. In return for Rayman's wardrobe assist, Tarzan gives him a magic seed. Use the A button to plant a seed, which quickly sprouts into a full-grown, nenufar-looking flower platform for Rayman to reach higher heights. Why do this? Well, to avoid the rapidly rising water, of course. There must be a flash flood going on, because immediately after Rayman plants a seed and hops up, the splashing, roiling water threatens Rayman's very existence if he falls behind and succumbs to the soggy depths. It's actually a nice bit of multi-level parallax going on here. 5 levels by my count, but don't stare lest you meet your maker in the moist menace. I'm in a very alliterative mood today, it would seem. Plant, swing, and hop up the level, breaking open the 2 cages along the way, avoiding the hunters who are totally oblivious to the environmental dangers around them. One-track mind, those guys. Stage 2 of the Forgotten Swamps is more traditional, if by traditional you mean dropping a series of plums on top of a series of tall Livingstons. 2 cages here, and Stage 3 is mostly bouncing on a plum down a long, steep hill covered by spiky fruit. There is 1 cage here, but you can't reach it just yet. Maybe your next time through. You can access a bonus level from here, though, a very vertical level where you use swinging plums to reach 12 tings. Finishing Forgotten Swamps opens up the last of the Dream Forest levels, Mosquito's Nest. That's spelled M-O-S-K-I-T-O, because he's a phonetic sort of mildly adorable gigantic insect. Worry about him later. First, in Stage 1, among the 3 cages, only 2 of which can be accessed at this time, one will find what I'm pretty sure is the only flower tentacle in the entire game, so enjoy it while it lasts. In Stage 2, Rayman will find the final 3 cages in Mosquito's Nest, all of which can be opened the first time through. Stage 3, though, See, Mosquito has learned of Rayman's infiltration in his nest, and he's coming for him, carrying a giant purple spiky fruit. Mosquito is shaped like Bizet, but colored differently. He has a burgundy color with light purplish wings and gloves, and a grayish purple proboscis. The fruit with which he's chasing Rayman is truly huge, taking up over 3/5 of the height of the screen. Stage 4 is more of a traditional level, and then in Stage 5, Rayman finally has to go mano-a-mano with Mosquito. This is very different from Bizet's battle. Mosquito has far more hit points, 12, and has a big cache of spiky fruit somewhere off-screen to try to drop on you. There are little yellow ones that bounce once and then fall off the bottom of looks like a vine or branch or something. There are larger red ones that bounce all the way across the screen when dropped, and giant purple ones can only be avoided by lying flat on the branch, vine thing. Between all the fruit flinging, Mosquito does have the same aerial attack and horizontal attack as Bizet, and these are pretty much your only option for proboscis punching. After defeating Mosquito, there's no crying or befriending, just another visit to Patilla the Fairy. Good job, Rayman, she says, but you'll be going through more perilous traps. With this, you can grab things with your fist. To grab, use the C button. What does that mean? Fortunately, some sparkly tings beckon overhead, and as Rayman ascends a platform, he sees pink rings with big flapping yellow wings and a pair of unblinking eyes. There are 3 of these, and a string of tings in between them. Grab one, swing through the tings, let go, and grab the next one in midair. This kind of aerial maneuver will be used often throughout the rest of the game. There are also flying red rings that don't look so healthy. They'll descend drooping basically when grabbed. But not here. Let's head off now to Bandland. This is a bright world filled with instruments and other musical elements. Brass, strings, woodwinds, percussion, we don't discriminate here. Except maybe against theremins. No theremins to be found. The first level in Bandland is called Bongo Hills. Note the fitting music in the background. There's no smooth transition between Dreamforest and Bandland unless you're on the PC version, but instead Rayman is dropped into this level next to a giant shiny treble clef and some wavy staff lines connecting giant drums. There's one cage here, but it's not immediately obvious. These things can be hidden and magically appear when Rayman hits a certain spot of the screen. Gen doors, these are called, like hidden switches that spawn certain items. Sometimes cages, often enemies, and occasionally exit signs. Here in Stage 1, Rayman will face anti-toons, giant mallets that raise clouds of dust when they strike, slightly bloodshot eyes which shoot lightning bolts, and this introduces the moth, or grasshopper, or cricket, whatever it is. There are environmental hazards like shiny, spiky things with a shifty eye that looks around, clusters of notes which are as colorful as they are dangerous, and the ever-present risk of falling. There are cloud platforms, some have faces and some do not. The ones with faces, eyes, and a grin have their eyes closed until Rayman jumps on them, at which point they sneer and disappear. There are ones with the same eyes and grin that keep a regular schedule of appearing and disappearing as well. Non-face clouds can move around on their own, move when Rayman is standing on one, or even serve as springboards. In my experience, though, most real-life clouds don't actually exhibit these behaviors. There are some delightful drums wearing big swim goggles and waddling around on flippers. These are harmless, and jumping on them can help Rayman reach higher platforms or whatever. Stage 2 is similar, but with a lot more drums and these colorful, spiky note clusters. The big new element here is the Maraca rocket. Hop on this, and the business end of the Maraca will launch with a single center-mounted rocket engine. Rayman can steer it somewhat. The closer he gets to the edge, the more the Maraca rocket moves from vertical. If it gets stuck, it'll explode, as all good rockets should. The Maraca is green with a gold band around the equator, a squiggly white line in the upper half, topped with yellow eyes that dart around all over the place. There are also in this stage some bongo platforms for the first, but definitely not the last time. There are little ones with no eyes, and larger ones with a single eye each, as if you're viewing them in profile. They'll drop out from under you, as most mid-air bongos tend to do. Stage 3 is all about the Mountain Dew, because it's very vertical. You can go up, you can go down, but it's only about 3 screens wide. You'll find something new here, spinning brown rattles? I don't know. They don't rattle, but they have big, partially lidded eyes, and a white Charlie Brown shirt zigzag across the front, kind of where a mouth should be. They come in clusters of 3, orbiting a smaller eyeless version of whatever these things are. The Rayman Wiki calls them sprinklers or turnstiles. Stage 4 has a cage that you can't reach quite yet. Stage 5 has 2 cages, plus roaming brown sprinkler rattle things. Stage 6 has a new enemy, the giant red drummer. Get past Stage 6 and you unlock the next stop on your quest, Allegro Presto. Rayman's gaining some altitude here in the skies above Bandland, with windswept clouds and a darkening blue sky forming the backdrop. Most of Allegro Presto takes place on musical staves, except just one line of the staff bent and broken and all over the place. A lot of purplish wind instruments, like recorders, but bigger. Baritone recorders are a thing. Check out The Mandalorian. But there are a lot of those here, forming vertical barriers. You do see them in Bongo Hills as well. Stage 1 has 3 cages and dozens of surly, spiky 8th notes. Stage 2 is full of sneezing trumpets and a single cage. And Stage 3 has some acrophobia, because in most places a single platform is all that separates Rayman from the airy void below. You have both types of brown and white orbiting spheres here, ones with the 3 that follow a nice circular path, and ones with 4 that repeatedly extend out from their center points. The last 2 cages for Allegro Presto are in this stage, as is access to a bonus level. Toward the end of Stage 3, you'll encounter a monk for the first time. He's fairly large, draped in red robes with golden leggings, a matching cap, large nose, closed eyes, and a gentle smile. This particular one is holding a reflective sphere, but wait, he moves his hands apart and reveals that it's not just 1 sphere, but 6. You can totally jump on these, and in fact you kinda have to, but you've gotta time it well because he's constantly extending and condensing this shallow arc of spheres. Also, if you'll notice, the monk has... well, he has legs. Actual meaty legs, not just disconnected feet like everybody else. These might be, in fact, the only limbs in the game. The exit sign is kind of hidden, in that Rayman has to jump on a certain cloud before the exit sign will appear. Another gen door thing. In Stage 4, as it were, Batella bestows upon Rayman the helicopter power. Things are not going to get any easier for you, Rayman, she says. Now you can use your hair as a helicopter. To do the helicopter, press B twice. Rayman gets to practice this new skill on his way out of Allegro Presto. 2 paths open up from here. One leads out of Bandland and over to Twilight Gulch in the Blue Mountains, but let's not go there just yet. Instead, we'll head on up to Gong Heights, and it is pretty high up in the clouds. Truth in advertising. There's a whole lot of nothing between Rayman and the far distant ground. Fortunately, there are a couple clouds that are solid enough to walk on, and about 14 of those large floating monks. One of them, like in Allegro Presto Stage 3, has the expanding spheres that Rayman can walk on, but most of them are holding bongos. Remember the bongos in profile with the single visible eye? That's what they're holding. The monks hold the bongos at their sides, and then bring them up to head level. The effect is that the fairly angry bongo eyes appear right in front of the serene monk's closed eyes. It's kind of funny. Not at all like that creature at the table in the Guillermo del Toro film Pan's Labyrinth with the eyeball hands. Ugh. The last monk here has a giant glass sphere that he'll toss from his left hand to his right, and from his right to the top of his head, which he'll balance for a moment before pushing it back to his left hand. All without looking. Very skillful. There are 4 cages in Stage 1, with the remaining cages to be found in Stage 2, which has no monks, but a lot of small clouds and eyeballs that shoot lightning bolts. Most of Stage 2 is automatically scrolling, so Rayman has to keep up or die. It's kind of like the stage with Terrazan with the rising flood water, or the mosquito stage where the overburdened bug is carrying giant spiky fruit, but without the perilous waves or deadly produce. Instead, there's nothing coming after Rayman here except, I guess, the relentless passage of time. That's it for Gong Heights, just these 2 stages, and finishing them up opens up a new save point and a new level, Mr. Sax's Hullabaloo. See, Bandland is ruled by a giant anthropomorphic tenor saxophone named Mr. Sax, and he's none too happy with Rayman hopping around and punching stuff in his kingdom, so let's go pay him a visit, why don't we? Stage 1 is a big level that contains pretty much every element we've seen so far in Bandland except for trumpets and big waddling drums and flippers, and the maracas are of the non-rocket powered variety. They just make a noise and lower a bit. All 6 cages can be found in this one stage, and also a new thing, a pair of symbols positioned horizontally with eyes in the upper half. They'll carry Rayman around and occasionally crash together with a bit of a lead up beforehand. Rayman will be unharmed if he's in the middle at the time where the domes are. Weird thing in this level, you could just exit when you reach the exit sign, but if you instead choose to work your way up the series of 10 flying pink rings, which you should, the last cage is 3 rings up, but if you keep on ascending, not only will you find an extra life, but also a face. It has clouds for hair and/or a tall pointing hat, clouds for a beard, staff line segments for eyebrows and a smiling mouth, a vertical segment for a nose, and a pair of eyes that follow Rayman around without shooting lightning bolts. A fun little touch. Another neat thing about this stage is that you technically could, after breaking open the last cage, backtrack to the very beginning and get out of there with the start of level exit sign without ever having to face down Mr. Sax. But if you do continue on the way the designers intended, stage 2 immediately puts you face to, Bell, I guess, with Mr. Sax. He's a grumpy old saxophone with a mouthpiece looking a bit like a ponytail, big yellow eyes at the base of the saxophone neck, a big frown, golden shoes, white fists, and 12 hit points. He blows wrong notes at Rayman. Purple, spiky, yellow-eyed notes which Rayman can punch back at him. That's the only way to take down Mr. Sax. In addition to blowing the wrong notes, he can jump up and try to stomp on Rayman with his giant feet. Once Rayman starts moving to the right, the screen begins to auto-scroll, Rayman having to dodge obstacles while being pursued by the giant, cranky woodwind. Occasionally, wrong notes may be found along the way which can be smacked back at the surly Sax. The auto-scrolling can speed up at times, and the best you can do at the end is to take Mr. Sax's health down by about half. So then we move on to the next stage of the boss battle, in a perfectly symmetrical pipe organ room. Mr. Sax has a new health bar, but it only contains the number of hit points he had at the end of the last stage. He'll blow out large bad notes with fuses, which will explode into 8 smaller chomping notes. These chomping notes have green tongues, which I've read can happen when 8th notes go bad. He'll send out 1 to 3 of these at a time, but sometimes there's a lower note, which is the kind that can be smacked back into him. There's a high note, which looks like the regular exploding note bomb, but this one explodes along the ground. When he's not blowing bad notes, he's stomping around. Once defeated, Mr. Sax does a little dance, which I'd have to say is kind of an odd reaction. When my daughter beats me at Clue, again, I don't, stand up and dance a jig. Maybe I should next time. That'll throw her off. Anyway, it's time to head on to the third world, the Blue Mountains. It is nighttime here, and in these high-latitude mountains, polar aurorae can be seen in the background, ribbons of blue and purple indicating an abundance of molecular nitrogen and nitrogen ions in the air. Below the light show, at least in the earlier stages, are mushroom-shaped hills and rocks, likely exogenic formations caused by weathering due to ice and wind. The paths Rayman must traverse include a thin grassy layer on top of dark bluish stone, but sometimes there's no green surface at all, but rocks and spikes and dead vegetation. Signs of volcanism are evident here as well, as exploding magma balls are encountered frequently. We're a long way from the cheerful pink plant woods here, kids. Somebody also carelessly dumped a bunch of giant metal spiky spheres around here, from some height apparently because they left indentations in the ground. The first level in the Blue Mountains is called Twilight Gulch, and there are only 2 stages here. The first stage contains all 6 cages, and Rayman's first encounters with the stone men and stone dogs. In the second stage, right after breaking apart a Rayman-sized boulder, Mr. Stone drops in for a visit and chases Rayman across the rest of the stage. He's about 2 Raymans tall, Rayman, of course, being a standard unit of measurement, with purplish stone and yellow eyes and gray grabby hands. His fearsome snarl shows off his nice white stone teeth. Finishing Twilight Gulch opens up the next level, called the Hard Rocks. Interestingly, Stage 1 has 2 exit signs, both of which take you to Stage 2. There's a brief, compulsory scrolling section in Stage 2 where Rayman will die if he takes too long to hop across a few platforms guarded by moving blue spiky pufferfish things. You see these a lot in the Blue Mountains. They're round, they look like metal, light blue metal, with a white eye that has a black pupil darting around. The slack-jawed mouth makes them look, I guess, like pufferfish to me. They're usually moving back and forth, either horizontally or vertically, but can also be found hanging in place or forming chains for giant spinning spiky spheres. Stage 2 also includes the Magician, with an offer to take Rayman to a bonus level. Stage 3 is taller than it is wide and has its share of surprise spawning elements. Oh look, a whole bunch of smoking, bouncing lava balls have just appeared. Yay. Finishing the hard rocks opens up 2 things: a new deluxe apartment in the sky, wait, that's a save point, my mistake, and a new level called Mr. Stone's Peaks. The level medallion appears over a strange stone sculpture at the top of a mountain with big misshapen googly eyes. Wonder what that's all about. Let's go see. Stage 1 is, oh, this is weird. There's a big house here with a roof like a pair of Mongolian pointy hats, an upstairs bedroom, downstairs living room with a crooked stovepipe sticking out the side, and kind of a hobbit hole-looking door on the left. In front of it are 3 kind of Rayman-looking people, a family with a white-haired mama holding flowers and occasionally poking a giggling potbelly baby with a bonnet and bottle. And sitting off to the side is a hippie-looking guy with a bandana tied around his head and a confused expression. He's thinking about something. He's wondering where he might have left something. A pair of lovebirds are sitting on top of the roof, with an identical pair sitting in a tree behind a large round boulder. Aha, maybe we should break apart that boulder and see what we see. Also, it's the only thing we can do at this point. Out of the boulder flies a guitar. Didn't see that coming, but the sandal-wearing hippie did. He looks up as the guitar drops into his hands and then smiles. He's a musician. We see a picture of the musician holding up a corked flask containing a purple liquid, and text below the picture reads, "The musician gives Rayman a super helicopter power. Press B to use it." As he jams away at the guitar, which we can't hear, Rayman proceeds through the level by taking to the sky. Pushing B will make him fly, but with the super helicopter hair, which is blue and purple, tapping the button will make him fly higher, kind of like playing Joust. Tap, 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 tap to raise up, and then slowly descend when not tapping. Now, if you think that gaining controlled flight makes the game easier, it really does not, since Rayman has to navigate narrow paths, which are covered on all sides by glistening spikes in order to reach the 2 cages and then get out. Stage 2 is another Rising Waters level, which, I don't know, this high up the mountain kind of represents a flooding of a biblical scale, doesn't it? I mean, if the water's this deep up here, doesn't that mean that the whole Glade of Dreams has been flooded by now? The Dream Forest especially, but ignoring that, you'll find yourself wishing Rayman still had his super helicopter power-up, but sadly the potion has lost its potency. There's 1 cage here, as well as access to a bonus stage. Stage 3 has snowy surfaces, nasty surprises, and the remaining cages. In Stage 4, it's time for Rayman to face down Mr. Stone in his weird stone shrine at the top of the mountain. Leaning in from both sides of the small mountaintop are 4 towering sculptures, carved, curved pedestals with large round heads up top. At the center is another tall sculpture, slightly taller than the entire screen, but this one has a goofy grinning head atop a wobbly stone pillar. If Rayman can jump high enough to punch its big rock noggin, it'll wobble back and forth and hopefully bonk Mr. Stone. 7 such stone smacks are required to win. How does Rayman get high enough to punch the goofy grinning granite? Well, see, Mr. Stone will bang on the side of the screen to dislodge large round boulders from overhead. Sometimes they hit the ground and break apart, and sometimes they drop into Mr. Stone's hand. If Rayman can punch the held boulder, Mr. Stone will drop it, and then Rayman can hop up and bop the rock. Mr. Stone can also whistle for stone dogs to come in and attack, and he can shoot fireballs. Sometimes the fireballs turn into clouds that Rayman can use to reach up high enough to hit that boulder. The final boulder bonk will break the pillar, the goofy round rock will take the place of Mr. Stone's head, and he'll do a little dizzy-looking dance. Defeating Mr. Stone will lead to the final encounter with Batilla the Fairy, who says, "I hope this will help you avoid the worst. Now you can run faster. To run, press A while walking." This skill is immediately required to get out of there with a long-running jump off a cliff to reach the exit. We're done with the mountains now and open up a path down to Picture City. Now, you have a choice here, and every level hereafter. Now that Rayman has the full complement of permanent power-ups, it might be a good idea to backtrack and open up the cages that Rayman couldn't reach before. Revisiting a stage resets all the tings and temporary power-ups. Enemies too, I guess you could say, but they're always silently responding anyway. But extra lives that have been claimed will not reappear. Cages too, I guess. But there are ones that Rayman had to leave behind for lack of sufficient abilities to reach them. Now's the time, or at least as good a time as any, to run and swing and hang and helicopter over these pesky hard-to-reach cages. Sometimes you have to go through all the stages in the level, but there are times when the missing cages are just on the first stage, so you can break those up and then hit the back arrow sign to return to the map screen. You don't get to keep tings when you back arrow out of there, but some things like extra lives and at least some of the power-ups, and especially cages, those are all good. There are some stages that are never revisited once you finish them the first time. You probably won't mind. Let's go ahead and move on to Picture City. Picture City, the manual says, is a world of images and also the world of mirages. Basically, it's a land made up of art supplies. Many of the platforms are large erasers, there are pencils everywhere, some kind of chewed up, some kind of stabby, thumbtacks for poking, pencil sharpener platforms, yin-yang symbols, oddly, that kind of serve the same role as plums in the Dream Forest. In the background are clouds and wispy mountain peaks with a scientifically questionable rainbow stretching overhead. Level 1 is the Eraser Plains, which consists of 3 stages. In the first stage, there are no planes to be found, but there's a rolling sea of black ink with bobbing pencils. A super helicopter potion can be found at the far end, helping Rayman reach one of the 2 cages here. Stage 2 has a different background, kind of a purpley-brown wooden surface with black spheres stuck to it and some hearts carved into it. This is the first time space pirates are encountered, and there are some bouncy erasers and a whole lot of stabby pencils. And speaking of stabby, some of the bouncing yin-yangs now have spikes because, really, nothing says interconnected dualism like jabby spikes. Yeah, just one cage here. Stage 3 has a lot of swinging over empty space below. The remaining 3 cages, access to a bonus stage, and an interesting puzzle element toward the end. There's a grid of spike-filled boxes, 6 across and 4 high. 18 of them will jab you, but 6 are safe. There's a guide of sorts just before embarking on this jabby journey, with an arrow-shaped cluster of tings pointing at it to emphasize its importance. This guide shows you a representation of the grid, with sparkling dots indicating the safe path through. Stage 4 puts Rayman on a stage with a curtain raising up to reveal fake waves in front of the rainbow backdrop. A single-masted ship slides in from the right, one with a pink plastic bucket for a crow's nest, mismatching polka dot sails, and a stovepipe sticking out one side, along with a disproportionately large cannon, an angry polka dot dragon figurehead, and a pirate swinging from the yardarm. Another pirate emerges from the crow's nest and starts hurling bombs, round black bombs with a lit fuse, and a skull and crossbones on the front, just to drive home the point. Rayman can jump up and punch this eye-patch pirate, and he'll throw out a bunch of bombs. Enough hits and he'll jump out to throw bombs at Rayman, as well as kick him if he's too close. Dispatch this bilge-sucking, lily-livered scallywag, and a very large woman leaps out of the ship, sporting a historically inaccurate Viking helmet and a large rolling pin. This formidable figure is named Mama, according to the manual. She has 6 hit points and 3 basic attacks involving her rolling pin. She cocks it, like cycling the action on a shotgun, and shoots out knives. Sometimes there are 3 knives, which follow a ballistics trajectory, and Rayman can hop on top of them. They're bouncy knives, you see, and jump up to punch Mama as she hovers in midair. She's got a leap with some serious hang time. She can also shoot 4 knives, which spin around in the air and eventually fall down, stabby end down, or 5 knives that'll fall down faster, leaving just enough room for Rayman between them. When Mama comes back to Earth after an attack, sometimes the knives that are stuck in the ground will spin around and fly off at various heights, which Rayman must avoid. Once Mama has been punished for crimes against gravity, it's off to the next level, the Pencil Pentathlon. Stage 1 is a very wide level, once again in front of the rainbow background. There are some pink pens which make a weird noise, and sink a bit when stood upon. A weird noise for pens, but pretty normal for the angry cricket moth thing. These pens, by the way, have sharp, pointy business ends that you need to watch out for. And the stage also includes a really tricky, death-defying leap across a gaping chasm. Ugh, 2 cages here. Stage 2 has a super helicopter potion right off the bat, but I don't know, I feel like the super helicopter should make things easier, no more tricky platforms and swinging between multiple mid-air rings, but when you get the super helicopter, you're bound to encounter an inordinate number of spikes and other assorted jabby things. And as if that weren't enough, there are sparkly blue erasers here that are kinda bouncy, usually with spikes right overhead. This is another pretty wide stage with 2 cages, and did I mention all the stabby pokey things? And the bouncing. Yeah. Stage 3 begins with a big field of bouncy erasers, which are really hard to navigate. But navigate it you must, because there is a cage at the bottom. There's one more hard-to-reach cage here in this frustrating stage, and then it's on to the next level, Space Mama's Crater. The first stage is pretty huge, has some tricky cages, a whole bunch of stabby, bouncing yin-yangs, and 2 exits. The second stage starts out with moving flying rings and moving platforms without a safety net, and has a lot of walkable erasers to reach the next 2 cages. There's also access to a bonus level here. Stage 3 is so much stabby, and tricky jumps on moving platforms. Like so many stages, you have to resist the temptation to exit once you reach the sign, because you'll miss at least one of the 2 remaining cages here. Stage 4 is the final battle with Mama, this time Space Mama. Same wooden stage and rainbow backdrop though. Pretty much all of Picture City uses this rainbow backdrop. A washing machine flies in, and then out pops Mama again, this time in, I guess, more of a space-age getup. She might be wearing a bubble helmet, it's kinda hard to tell. She's still armed with that rolling pin though, but this time it's like a laser sword in that it can swipe like a lightsaber and shoot big yellow beams like a blaster. If you time it right, Rayman can score some hits and whittle down her 12 hit points. At about the halfway point, she'll start spinning around, unleashing patterns of exploding pressure cookers in her wake. Rayman's got to find the safe spots before they explode. She'll then hide behind the washing machine and start shooting rolling pin lasers, but Rayman can punch the washing machine until it becomes unstable and bounces off the screen. It can damage you on the way out, by the way. More spinning, more pressure cookers, more shooting, and once her hit points have been depleted, she'll fall to the ground, head spinning. Phew, Picture City is done, so we're off to the Caves of Scops. Who is this Scops fellow anyway? I wonder if he's friendly. The caves are pretty colorful with browns and purples and blues and greens. There's a dripping water sound throughout, which is part of the music track rather than some sound effect in the background. There are also some new platform types in these caves. The first is made up of sparkly rubies with yellow eyes. The lower parts are quite sharp and will hurt if touched. The next is a wide purple, light purple platform which generally moves up and down. Its pink eyes will occasionally glance in the direction it'll move, and often it won't move until Rayman sets disembodied foot on it. The third looks like aquamarine or maybe a blue topaz. It's tall and has a limited range of motion, just up and down hard against the ground. Its white eyes look up when moving in either direction and spin around a bit when it hits the ground. Crystal Palace is the first level, consisting of 2 stages. The first stage is short and wide with very little ground underneath. It has 3 cages, none of which are apparent until triggered, and 2 of those are only triggered when swinging on certain flying pink rings. Stage 2 has a surface, but much of that surface is covered in toxic water. There's a part of the stage where the wide purple platforms will quickly raise Rayman up to a spiky ceiling, and any contact with that ceiling yields insta-death, no matter how many hit points Rayman might have. Toward the end of the stage, past its 3 cages, there is a wide, flat stone wedged horizontally in a chasm. Rayman's weight will cause it to slowly descend, scraping the chasm walls as it goes. Be sure to leap off before it falls into the water below. The next level, Eat at Joe's, starts with kind of an intermission set to this music. There's a restaurant set into a large pink shell with a blue interior. Behind the counter is a space alien with green skin and a pair of eyes perched atop skinny eye stalks. He might have another pair of eyes underneath. He's telling Rayman a tale of woe, or rather pantomiming a tale because you don't hear him actually talking. In the middle of his story, the alien points up at the sign above the restaurant shell, the sign reading "Eat at Joe's," studded with what look like incandescent light bulbs, but the lights are all off. A wire leads away from the restaurant. Maybe that's related. The stage ends automatically after about 20 seconds. Stage 2 returns to the caves. These are with a different background than in the Crystal Palace, kind of a drab, blue, multi-chambered backdrop in the distance. 2 cages here and water down below. Stage 3 has 3 cages, a lot of sharp, stabby bits, and stuff appearing out of nowhere. About halfway through, though, Rayman encounters wires, red and blue, often twisted together and frequently frayed. Kinda gives me anxiety just looking at it. The wires are more prominent in Stage 4, where you'll find them terminated in a giant 2-prong plug, slightly dislodged from its matching giant electrical socket. Punch that plug back in and you'll be able to ride a UFO along the wires. The UFO... Okay, so maybe UFO is the wrong name. It's not unidentified. In fact, it has a big red J right at the top, so it probably belongs to Joe. It's not flying, but hovers along the wires. And it's not... Okay, well, it is an object, so we'll give it that. This disc-shaped object is green, with a silver stripe down the center and 2 eyes up top. It makes this sound when moving along the wire. There are actually no cages at all in this stage. The floating saucers are a bigger part of Stage 5, which is actually the same as Stage 3, but you're in a different location in Stage 3, one that you couldn't really reach before. As you ride the frayed wires on the UFO, or IHO, Identified Hovering Object, you'll need to dodge obstacles and enemies, of course, but also punch switches to change which set of wires Rayman is riding. There are multiple identified hovering objects that Rayman will need to jump between at certain times. The last cage can be found here, right toward the end, so don't exit until you find it. Stage 6, my gosh, there are a lot of stages here, takes you back up to Joe's little diner restaurant, but this time the lights are on and Joe is happy. He's jumping for joy, and now Rayman must jump across a large subterranean lake with the aid of buoys, I guess, but some of these seem to be anchored and some are not. They're round and yellow with the name Joe written on the front in white. Occasionally, big-nosed fish will push the buoys along, while large-mouthed fish try to attack. There are some of those spiky blue pufferfish things, ruby platforms, and narrow blue smashy platforms here as well. No cages, you should be done with cages by now, and done with Joe, because now it's off to the next level called Scop's Stalactites. Stage 1 takes place over water, almost entirely, swinging between flying pink hoops. It isn't terribly big, but all 6 cages are in this one stage, and that's because in Stage 2, Rayman meets Mr. Scops. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but the word Scops in Latvian means stingy. Is Mr. Scop stingy? I don't know, but I can say that he is cranky because Rayman woke him up. Scops was snoozing his cares away on a rocky ledge over a boiling lake of lava, which is quite the cozy place to take a nap if you've never tried. But he pops open one bloodshot eye and sees Rayman right there on a long ledge made up of 5 of those little ruby platforms. He's got a claw, Scops, one huge telescopic claw, which he bangs against the ground, causing one of the ruby platforms to fall. He then throws his claw out at Rayman, and we see that Mr. Scops is a giant scorpion, burgundy and pink, with golden spikes along his back and a long white stinger at the end of a curved tail. He'll continue banging on the ground until all of the ruby platforms are gone, so that the only safe place Rayman has left is the ledge itself, dangling from the edge of it. Seems perilous. Scops will eventually back off and the lava will start to rise. Scops flees backwards, and Rayman must be in close pursuit lest he fall victim to... Well, we're subterranean here, so I guess this would be magma, not lava. Either way, it's not a good place for a swim. Hitting the exit sign leads Rayman to a temple of some sort with a view of the outside. It's nighttime, and in the distance you can see a couple buildings in the Indo-Islamic Mughal architectural style. Unlike many of the other boss battle backgrounds, this one is asymmetrical. The near background includes a stone edifice of some other scorpion glaring down with an open mouth, and stone pillars holding up a vaulted roof. Mr. Scops is on one side, and his damage gauge shows 8 hit points. He's got 2 basic attacks, the claw throw, and a blue projectile from his tail. If Rayman can knock that blue fireball back at Mr. Scops, he'll score a hit. Once his hit points are depleted, Mr. Scops collapses to the ground, never to be seen again. Or will he? The last world is called the Candy Chateau, which contains but one level, Mr. Dark's Chateau. There are 4 stages in this level, but you won't be seeing any of them if Rayman hasn't broken every single cage in all the preceding levels. Instead, you'll see the message, free the world first. Just a small ask there. But assuming you make it to the chateau, you'll see enough candy to buy a dentist a whole fleet of yachts. There are pillars and platforms of peanut clusters, think payday bars if you have payday bars where you live, but without nearly as many peanuts. There are ledges of slightly melty milk chocolate. Many of the surfaces are made up of kind of looks like purple-filled chocolate bars, with a surface covered in icing or decorative pink frosting. You can see the occasional ice cream sundae or tower of cherries, and there are some stretchy platforms made up of some kind of wrapped candy. There are Swiss Army knives floating about, floating in place. Some have a single sharp blade that can be knocked over, and another has all of its tools extended, including a wooden hammer, which I don't remember having on any of my Swiss Army knives. Don't land on those. Silly forks with spinning eyeballs and wavy tines are best avoided, and angry corkscrews make stationary yet still quite stabby hazards. But Rayman can land on the handle, okay. There are very shallow pools of some kind of extremely toxic pale blue liquid, which is just as deadly as the lava, and regular cloud platforms, as well as little wrapped candies that Rayman can hop on, as well as the occasional smiling, I don't know, kind of looks like nut rolls, but with harder edges than the other platforms and pillars. In the background is a field of ice cream and chocolate and Tootsie Pops and other candies under a purple and orange sunset. Or sunrise, hard to tell from here. If all this sounds pretty sweet, that's because I haven't mentioned the clowns yet. Remember the clowns? All 3 types of clown enemies hang out here at the chateau. Stage 1 has several clusters of tings forming arrows, and a rather gnarly jumping section at the bottom, where Rayman has to run and jump off of a very narrow platform. And if that isn't bad enough, reaching the other side for each of the 3 jumps would be impossible if not for the hang power-up, and even then just barely. Stage 2 is, I don't know, fairly unremarkable for the purposes of my little walkthrough here. Stage 3 though, Stage 3 puts you in direct contact with Mr. Dark himself, like right off the bat. He's taller than Rayman, has a dark blue cloak with a purple liner wrapped around him, held in front of his face with his left hand. He's got long pointy shoes and a wide-brimmed hat with a few gold danglies hanging from it. All you can really see of Mr. Dark is his right hand and one glowing yellow eye. He crouches down, casts a spell on Rayman, and leaps away into the sky. This spell reverses Rayman's controls. Left becomes right, right becomes left, left becomes... No, wait, I already did left. The spell does wear off, but later, Mr. Dark casts another spell, taking away Rayman's ability to not run. There's a game I have for my PSP called I Must Run, in the Endless Runner genre, and Rayman, I guess, did it first, or at least earlier. Rayman must run through like half the stage, including some pretty big jumps, until he comes face to face with Mr. Dark. Again. What spell do you have this time, Mr. Dark? For his 3rd and final trick, Mr. Dark steals Rayman's ability to punch. But there are no enemies on this side of the stage, and the exit is like right there. What does it matter? You'll find out soon enough. Now is soon enough. Rayman is placed in the middle of a round room surrounded by stained glass representations of Mosquito, Mr. Sax, Dr. Zoidberg, Mama, and Mr. Scops. Okay, I guess that's supposed to be Mr. Stone in the middle, but it sure looks to me like an angry, armored Dr. Zoidberg from Futurama.
So that's where I left my shell.
Yeah, you can't unsee that now, can you? Speaking of unseeing things, there are 6 purple marble spheres that we see around the room, each with a gray metal or stone dish on top of it. It kind of looks like each of the figures in the stained glass windows is getting ready to put in a contact lens. Yeah, sorry about that. Also present in this room is Mr. Dark, with his free hand holding one of 2 ropes dangling from the ceiling. The other rope has a golden fist, perhaps a way to restore Rayman's punching ability. But when Rayman tries to jump up and grab it, Mr. Dark pulls down on his end of the rope, raising the golden fist just outside of Rayman's reach. After toying with him a few times, Mr. Dark uses his magic to make his end of the rope disappear, leaving the fist stranded way up high where Rayman has no chance of reaching it. His name is Mr. Dark, not Mr. Fair. Mr. Dark then casts a spell, sending 2 fireballs undulating toward Rayman in a sinusoidal manner. He then casts fireballs up into the air, which land on either side of Rayman and start to burn in place, until those places move, closing in on Rayman and moving back and forth. More sinusoidal fireballs must be dodged, and then the flames close in. More fireballs with no help of defending himself. Things aren't looking good for our hero. "You're doomed, Rayman," Mr. Dark says in red words. But wait, there's an Electoon flying in from the side, one of the 612 that Rayman has rescued. 17 levels, 6 cages per level, 6 Electoons per cage. I did the math correctly, I think. Another Electoon flies in from the other side, and together they pluck the Golden Fist power-up from the rope and carry it down to Rayman like European swallows grasping the husk of a coconut. His punching power restored, the flames disappear, and Mr. Dark says, "Skirt, skirt," and eats himself off the screen. His name is Mr. Dark, not Mr. Brave or Mr. Integrity or Mr. Queensberry Rules. After he disappears, a health gauge appears in the corner, 16 hit points with a picture of Mr. Dark. But walking in the right side of the screen is not Mr. Dark, it's a chimera, a combination of Mr. Stone and Mr. Scops. It's got the body of Stone and the head of Scops, one of Stone's stone hands and one of Scops' pincers. Mr. Scop Stone will either bring his claw in front of his face or throw the claw. If he throws the claw, Rayman has an opening to punch him in the head. After 6 successful punches, Scop Stone will scratch the back of his head a bit, run his claw against his head crest, and then walk off with a worried expression. Okay. After he leaves, a new boss combo drops in, this one with Mama's body, Mr. Sax's appendages, and Mosquito's noggin. I say it's Mosquito's head, but all the coloring is definitely Bizit, which doesn't really make sense because Bizit is our friend now. So I'm going to say Mosquito, which kind of ties into the platform differences I'll talk about later. Anyway, Sax Mom Mosquito attacks by leaping, and after 6 bonks to the head, it too flees the scene. At this point, Rayman is beset by spoilers, so if you don't want to know how the game ends just yet, Bishop. Activate spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. If you wish to avoid spoilers, skip ahead 2 minutes 17 seconds on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
You know those smiling purple faces representing fully liberated levels, which I haven't mentioned yet because that's in the part after the next part of the episode outline? Yeah, those. Rayman is showered with hundreds of those, which fly in from off the screen and explode in tiny showers of sparkles. Colorful letters forming the words "Well done" also fly in and bounce around the screen a bit while Rayman strikes his level finishing pose. We get this music as the credits roll. The credits begin with a very large Rayman logo, and then we see categories including concept, character creation, design, animation, background creation, computer graphics, programming, sound and music, tests, project management, producer, development, publisher, and special thanks. 61 different names are included here. 61. And in case you're wondering, which of course you weren't, the most popular name is Frederic, with 4 different guys named Frederic on the list. Olivier and Christophe are tied for second with 3 names each. You're welcome for that insightful bit of totally pointless research. After the credits it says, "Thank you for playing Rayman," and ... At this point, Mr. Dark flies quickly across the screen above the text, "See you soon." After this, there's the text, "Press 1364 in the presentation screen to play Ray Breakout," with 3 exclamation points. We then see a full screen picture of Rayman in front of a table surrounded by his friends. From left to right, we see Batilla the fairy, Joe the alien, the musician and his wife, her holding a few flowers and him raising a glass. Where did the baby go? Must have gotten a sitter. Rayman in the center, the magician, Bizit drinking honey or some other orangish liquid from a bucket, and Terezan swinging in on a rope or vine. There's green grass, light purple trees, and off in the distance under a starry sky, the great Protoon hovers above a hill on a hill. In the foreground, we see one Electoon peeking in, and another Electoon has just fallen off the table and is on his back. Go home, Electoon, you're drunk.
End of spoilers. The remainder of this episode is spoiler-free, and ankle-free, and chin-free, and femur-free, and wrist-free, and forearm-free, and...
Okay, we get it, he has no limbs, just play some music or something.
Yes, okay, whatever.
Getting through Rayman requires quick reflexes, precise timing, a good memory, the patience of a saint, and an Atari Jaguar gamepad. The directional pad moves Rayman left or right, up and down can climb vines and things. Grabbing the vine happens automatically. When Rayman is not on a vine, which is admittedly most of the game, down on the D-pad will plop him down on his belly. It's not a toggle, you've got to hold it down, but while prone, left or right on the D-pad will crawl left or right. The B button will jump. And that's all Rayman can do to start, but once unlocked, pressing B in the air will use his helicopter hair. I had made it to this point in my life thinking that the longer you held the button, the longer his gravity thwarting maneuver, but as I sat here at my Jaguar with a stopwatch in hand, it doesn't make a difference how long the button is held, it's always the same, roughly 0.867 seconds. You can, however, make the helicopter hair flight shorter by tapping the button again. In the 1 Terrazan level, pressing A will plant a seed, and once the ability has been unlocked, holding A will run. The C button is a telescopic fist. Push it to punch, or hold the button to wind up for maximum range. C is also used for throwing the fist to grab onto things, mostly the floating pink rings, but also like 1-up statues. I always played the game by holding down the button when swinging from the rings, but you totally don't need to do that. Just push it once to throw the fist, and push B, the jump button, to stop swinging and jump off. The option button in gameplay causes Rayman to pull open his mouth with his hands and waggle his tongue. Again, technically useless in gameplay, especially on the Jaguar. The option button functions like a start button everywhere else, skipping cinematics and stuff except for one place on the map screen, where the option button takes you back to the main menu, which, and I'll get into this later, is just a list of saved games. The pause button also works like a start button in the opening cinematics and to start a game from the menu, but on the map screen it does nothing, and in gameplay it brings the action to a stop and presents the volume gauges. Yeah, it makes that sound when you pause it. In the corner of the pause screen is a little 2-item menu, music and sound, with a flashing golden dot indicating which one is selected. The D-pad up or down changes the selection, the A button decreases the value from the default of 9 down as far as 0, and the B button increases that value up to a maximum of 9. Simultaneously pressing the 1 and 3 buttons on the keypad will hide both the little pause image in the center of the screen, as well as the volume menu in the corner. It works like a toggle, and even while hidden you can adjust volume levels, which I'm sure you're wondering about. The numeric keypad isn't used at all, except for simultaneously pressing star and hash to reset the game, and the 0 key to toggle the music. There isn't even the option to reset cartridge memory to defaults like there is with most other Jaguar games, typically done with the star option hash button sequence. Volume settings are not saved to the cartridge, just player progress, and we have another way of dealing with those. Before I move on, I wanted to point out that you can sometimes get a stuck note when muting. And I'll get into the potential cause of this a bit later. Muting the music works independently of the music volume gauge in the pause menu, so there's no visual indication that the music isn't playing. Hopefully the audible indication is sufficient. The first thing you see when starting up Rayman on your Atari Jaguar is the licensed by Atari splash screen, golden letters and logo on a beveled brown marble looking image. I first mentioned this image back in episode 28 for Supercross 3D. It doesn't stick around very long, about a second, and then the Ubisoft logo appears in a center-out reveal, Ubisoft Entertainment, with the rainbow logo that was used between 1995 and 2003. It sticks around for about 3 seconds before shrinking into the black background. There's no skipping it. We see a pair of white-gloved hands, just hands, walking into the screen from the right as the music kicks in. Shortly after making their way to the left edge of the screen, the hands return, but this time bouncing along with a purple body with a white O on the front, and a red neckerchief tied around what would be a neck if necks were a thing that actually existed, which, of course, they don't. That'd be absurd. Necks. Really, who has time for necks these days? Shortly after reaching the right edge of the screen, the hands and body return, this time joined by a pair of yellow sneakers, shoes, with white soles and, I was going to say laces, but those look more like Velcro straps. This combination of body parts plops down in the center of the screen and strikes a pose with a glistening smile. Except, wait, there's no head. The hands search frantically for a head, but there's no melon to be found here, so the rest of the body panics and runs off to the left, emerging again from the left edge of the screen, this time with a head, but chasing hair, which is flying just out of reach. The background changes to a radial series of light and dark blue stripes expanding out from the center, and our hero Rayman, finally with all of his body parts attached, or at least present, lands in the center of the screen. He opens his eyes, looks at you, and says something, who knows, and then the title of the game comes crashing down overhead. If you leave it alone for about 10 seconds after this, you'll get some gameplay footage, about 35 seconds of the first Anguish Lagoon stage. After this, it's back to the walking hands animation through the title screen, followed by a different bit of gameplay, a longer one clocking in at 64 seconds, showing the first stage of Allegro Presto. Next time through, it's a masterful 55 seconds of the Hard Rocks, and then 45 seconds of the Eraser Plains Stage 2, followed later by a minute of Stage 2 from Crystal Palace, and then about 62 seconds of the first Mosquito's Nest stage, then just under a minute of the first encounter with Mr. Sax, 33 seconds of the Rising Waters of Mr. Stone's Peaks, 64 seconds of Stage 1 from Space Mama's Crater, and finally 34 seconds of the first stage in Mr. Scop's Stalactites. That's a lot of gameplay footage, 10 different stages, wow. It'll continue to loop through these if allowed to do so. It's super impressive watching these canned gameplay sequences since Rayman navigates some tricky parts without a scratch. He doesn't ever take a hit. So I think whoever recorded these spent no short amount of time working through these levels. He makes it look easy. It is not. Want to know what is easy though? Pushing a button to break the humbling loop of Rayman gameplay. If you're watching a gameplay sequence, a button press will take you back to the walking hands animation. Another button press from there takes you to the title screen, the one where the Rayman logo drops in. Another button press and you get the Rayman story, told as a sequence of static images with text below. The first one shows Rayman laying on a small grassy hill surrounded by Electoons, while other Electoons orbit the Great Protoon, hovering above a round rock in the distance. The text reads, "In Rayman's world, nature and people live together in peace. The Great Protoon provides and maintains the harmony and balance in the world." This is replaced by new text reading, "Sorry folks, this apparently can't last. Do you want to play or what?" New screen showing the blue-cloaked Mr. Dark running off with the Great Protoon in one hand and a bag full of Electoons in the other. The text reads, "One fateful day, the Great Protoon is stolen by Mr. Dark, an evil being." More text, "The Electoons who used to gravitate around it lose their natural stability and scatter all over the world." Troublesome, isn't it? And untidy, too. A new image showing Electoons behind bars in a dark cage with a giant padlock on the front and some kind of dungeon with a shiny floor. "In this now unbalanced world, strange phenomena begin to occur. Freaks and hostile creatures appear, capturing every Electoon they can find. They definitely need a hero to save them now, don't you think?" The penultimate image shows a movie-like poster with Rayman in the center and Mr. Dark hovering menacingly overhead, and two Electoons in the foreground, one chomping its fingernails in fright. The text reads, "Rayman must recapture the Great Protoon from its mysterious kidnapper, free the Electoons, and reassemble them all to restore the world's harmony. But will the bad guys let him do it? After all, he doesn't have arms or legs. But don't panic, neither do the bad guys." And finally, no text, but an image of Mr. Dark standing on a windswept hill, looking off into the distance with binoculars. The binocular thing also factors in later. You get about 10 seconds to read each page of text, but can also push a button, A, B, or C, to skip to the next page. Option or pause at any time during this will skip the story and take you to the player's select screen. This is effectively the main menu, and there's not much to it. No settings, no customizations, no options. Instead, you're presented with a list of 3 saved game slots, labeled 1, 2, and 3. Each slot either says empty in green text if unused, or includes initials and stats for saved games. A white fist indicates which slot is active and can be moved up or down with a directional pad. At the bottom of the screen is the word erase in red text. If you push the B button on an empty slot, it'll be initialized with 3 initials, AAA by default, with the first letter flashing rapidly. Push the directional pad up to cycle through the alphabet in alphabetical order, A through Z, then 0 through 9, with a question mark, exclamation point for those Bubsy fans out there, a period, a colon, and a space. Down on the D-pad will cycle through in reverse order. When the flashing letter or number or punctuation is where you want it, push B to move to the next slot. Need to make a change? Push the C button to move to the previous one. When the third character has been accepted, you can push B, Option, or Pause to load that player, or the directional pad up or down to choose a different one. Each player is initialized with 3 lives and 5 continues, indicated by a picture of Rayman's head for the former and an anthropomorphic alarm clock for the latter. There's also a completion percentage, 3 digits, indicating the percentage of cages that have been unlocked. Since there are 102 cages, the percentage is close to the number of freed cages. It doesn't round up, so 1 cage is still 0% and 2 cages gives you 1%. If you want to erase a saved game slot, move the fist down to the word erase at the bottom, and when you push A, B, or C, the white glove turns into a golden glove, and this Midas touch is quite fatal to any of the 3 player entries. If you change your mind and don't want to delete anything, hit the button at the word erase again, and it'll turn back to white. There's no confirmation before the slot is deleted, so don't go swinging wildly. You start every game at the map screen. You know the stereotypical binoculars effect you see on TV and movies, and I guess games, but not actual binoculars? The 2 Venn diagram looking thing, that's what you have here on the map. Remember Mr. Dark up on the hill with the binoculars? This is his view. I didn't realize this until just recently. Had the game for decades. How smart am I? Anyway, at the top of the screen is the name of the world in big green letters: the Dream Forest, Bandland, Blue Mountains, Picture City, the Caves of Scops, or Candy Chateau. At the bottom, in colorful letters, red, yellow, green, blue, and purple, in that order, is the name of the level: Pink Plant Woods, Bongo Hills, Twilight Gulch, and so on. In the center is Mr. Dark's binocular view. You see Rayman, larger than life, against a backdrop of the valley. Each level is marked with a medallion, a sparkling golden circle with 6 divots in the face. Every cage unlocked in that level fills a divot with a pinkish sphere, and if all 6 have been filled, the whole thing turns into a large medallion-sized, sparkling, flashing happy face. Each level is connected by a series of dark red dots, and when a new level is opened up, these dots dramatically lead to and reveal the new level. Occasionally a save point is opened up. The first one appears after Pink Plant Woods, and 4 more will appear as you work your way through the game, attached to Gong Heights, the Hard Rocks, Space Mama's Crater, and Eat It Joe's. This is just a convenience. They'll all work equally well to save your progress, but as an added bonus, the saved game also stores which save point was used, so when you boot your Jaguar back up and load in, that particular save point is where you're dropped in on the map. The save point itself looks like a smooth, golden, sparkly medallion with a magician's very tall hat on its face. Saving the game makes this sound, and the words "Game Saved" assemble from letters dropped in from above. The letters bounce around for a bit and then blow up and apart. In the map screen, you can push the Option button to immediately return to the player select screen, losing any unsaved progress. Don't do this unless you really mean to. If you lost a bunch of lives and used up your continues getting through the hard rocks and think you can do better, you can option out, reload your save, and give it another try. Any level can be revisited, though you won't necessarily be able to access all the stages in a level. Some stages are skipped on subsequent playthroughs, mostly things like boss encounters and visits with Batilla the Fairy. When a level is selected from the map, the screen shrinks down and does a center-out screen wipe to reveal Rayman dropping into the level. The word "action" in alternating colors drops in, the letters bouncing up and down a bit before blowing apart, just like the saved game animation. There's not much to see around the screen. You've got the number of lives and hit points in the top left corner, and the number of tings collected in the top right. The lives counter has a life-size picture of Rayman's head, and in pink letters an X times, and then a 2-digit number showing the remaining lives. When it shows double zeros, you're on your last life for that continue. Below this is a series of dots, either 3 or 5 of them depending on your power-up level, which are yellow if the hit point is present, and red if Rayman has taken a hit. When he takes a hit, Rayman is knocked back and starts flickering, giving him about 1 full second of invulnerability. Like, if you land on a ledge of spikes, you take the hit, but you can walk around and hopefully get off those spikes before the flickering stops. Unlike the lives counter, you cannot have 0 hit points available. Lose the last one and Rayman loses a life. His life counter immediately drops by 1, the hit point circles disappear, and Rayman breaks apart into 6 pink-bodied, blue-shoed Electoons, which each zip up off the screen in turn. If Rayman has more lives, he'll be dropped back in either at the beginning of the stage or at the photographer checkpoint. Rayman can also die by falling in the water or other toxic fluids, splashing in with a frightened look on his face, and his left hand remains above the surface for a moment before disappearing in a field of sparkles. If he falls to his death in one of the many levels without a floor to it, he basically just freezes there. There's no separate death animation for falling. If that was Rayman's last life, the words "Game Over" in alternating colors will drop down and blow apart, like the animation we see with Action or Game Saved. If there are any continues left, we see the continue screen. There's a graphic that spans the width of the screen. The right side is bright and colorful with a waterfall and flowers and a blue sign with a picture that says "Vote for Rayman," and the word "continue" with an exclamation point in colorful bubble letters. Rayman drops down there and starts begrudgingly walking to the left side of the screen, which shows a dark alley with graffiti. Instead of a "Vote for Rayman" poster, there's a wanted poster with Rayman's picture and a $50,000 reward. The words "No way" are spray painted at the bottom, below a picture of Mr. Dark saying "Aha!" Above Mr. Dark are the words "Game Over" in an edgy font, black to white gradient with a red outline, very 80s metal band looking. In the center of the screen, around the transition from bright and cheerful to dark and gloomy, are the phrases "Fight the virus," "Boo" in large purple letters, a squiggly arrow pointing both directions, and then written at the bottom, "Rayman Forever." At the very bottom of the screen is a snoozing alarm clock, next to the number of remaining continues. If Rayman is allowed to walk all the way to the left, it truly is game over. However, pushing a button will wake the alarm clock and use a continue. Rayman looks surprised, then his frown turns upside down as he cartwheels back toward the happy continue side of the screen, while the alarm clock does a goofy happy dance. Dance like nobody's looking, that's the continue clock's motto. When Rayman is done cartwheeling off the screen, he's dropped in at the beginning of the stage, not the checkpoint, with a full set of lives and empty set of tings. If you elect not to continue and allow Rayman to make that cringing, reluctant walk all the way to the left edge of the continue screen, the game ends and we return to the walking hands animation and the theme song. But this isn't the theme song, this is more in-game music. Especially after having spent so much time in the drab world of Syndicate in the last episode, Rayman was refreshingly, gloriously colorful. It's bright and vivid, and, I always assumed it was done in 16-bit color, up to 65,536 unique colors on screen, and I've seen it reported as such in places like the Atari Explorer Online Review, while an AEO report on the 1994 Consumer Electronics Show said 24-bit color, which is 16,777,216 colors. I ran a color cube analysis on a few different screens, and most of those are in the 2,000 to 3,000 colors range. Some are only a few hundred, but I was able to grab one displaying nearly 8,000 colors, so I would say it does 13-bit color, 8,192. But that's not a color mode specifically supported by the Jaguar, going off of the frequently asked questions for the Jaguar, initially compiled by Robert Jung. 16-bit would be the closest, though I didn't count anywhere near that number of colors on screen at once, and definitely not 24-bit, but it's still a lot of colors on the screen, and very easy on the eyes. The backgrounds are generally quite colorful, though some places like the first real Eat at Joe's level, it's kind of bland. Most of the game features a foreground layer, the one where Rayman is, and a background layer. Many parts of the Dream Forest, though, have an additional foreground layer with plants, like leaves and cattails, between us and Rayman. Beyond the vivid colors, the real standout in the game is the animation. The limbless art style is an ingenious way to cram in a lot of animation without having to store a separate sprite for each frame. Rayman just standing still is animated just by moving the various constituent parts, the head and hands and body. He looks like he's breathing hard, but you're just moving objects around rather than storing separate ones. Does that make sense? Let me put it a different way. Let's say that you're enjoying a nice game of Double Dragon 5 on the Jaguar. For the sake of argument. Jawbreaker has, I think, 4 frames of idle animation. Each one stored in the cartridge is a separate frame of the sprite. And it's not smooth. Rayman's idle animation cycles through about 12 frames, all by moving various parts of him up and down a bit. No extra cartridge space is required, and it's so much smoother. Sure beats the heck out of Jawbreaker. Rayman has many different animations, including walking, climbing, running, flying, punching, hanging, swinging, crawling, getting knocked back, and when he's at the edge of some kind of platform, he waves his hands around as if to steady himself. He looks very happy, except for those last 2 animations and the brief glimpse of anger when punching. Other parts of the game have additional Rayman character animations, but I'll talk more on that later. In general, the sprites here are huge, colorful, very well animated, and all of this is packed into a 4 megabyte cartridge. I did notice a bit of slowdown in the game, but only in one place, right at the end, which I already did the spoiler alert thing. So let's just say that when all of the things are flying around and the text drops in, the things slow down a bit. Absolutely zero effect on gameplay. But it's not just graphics, there are also sounds here in the game, sound effects. Some of them are reused, and you definitely pick up on that. For example, jumping on a pink pen in Picture City makes the same exact sound as the buzzing insects in Bandland. There's no speech in the game, but it looks like there should be. In 3 different places, we see Rayman's mouth moving, the first being on the title screen just before the logo drops in. Rayman's idle animation is interrupted every 3 seconds or so as he looks at the screen and moves one hand out and then the other. And as he does this, he looks like he's saying something. The third one is when he's hanging on a ledge. Every 5 seconds, he points up at his grasping hand and says something at the screen. What's he trying to say here? Let's check out the title screen first. In the PC version, it has a similar title screen, and he also says nothing. There's a way to play this title screen animation in the PlayStation version by holding R1 and R2, but still he says nothing, so that's no help. The idle animation is different on the other versions. PC and PlayStation and Game Boy Advance are the ones I checked, where instead of looking at the screen and doing a little dance or whatever it is that he does, Rayman puts his hand over his eyes and peers around as if, shielding his eyes from the sun. There's no speech there. Well, I kind of take that back. The PC port, if you wait long enough, does have Rayman say a few phrases like, "Hey, you!" and, "I'm waiting!" and, "Yo, dude!" and, though none of those have the animation matching the Jaguar version. The hanging animation is present in all 4 as well, but still no speech anywhere. So, instead we'll have to pretend he's saying, "Excellent!" or, "Avoid the ground." Or maybe, Rayman has music throughout and quite a large number of individual songs. I counted 31 different tracks. They sound to me like MIDI music rather than mod music or something else. And remember back when I said that muting the music can sometimes result in a stuck note? You see that working in MIDI as well. The music fits the game nicely, I think. It's bright and clear and generally pretty cheerful. In fact, let's play some more of it right now. There are a bunch of cheat codes in Rayman on the Jaguar, some more useful than others, all of which are entered using the Jaguar numeric keypad at any time between the walking hands animation and the title screen. These can be chained together as well, and all of the confirmations are soundless but include scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. We'll start with the more obvious one, the Rayman Breakout minigame. Remember the side-scrolling shooter level where Rayman is flying around on the back of Bizet? And remember the clusters of tings that spell out the numbers 1, 3, 6, and 4. There you go, that's the code. Enter this code and you're taken to a whole new screen with this music. floor and walls are pink, bowed out slightly at the center points, and are decorated with moons, stars, magician hats, and wands, and purple streamers. In the middle of the black background is the magician's hat in front of a purple star. Rayman is at the bottom of the screen, doing a handstand while bopping and tapping one hand to the music. Perched on the soles of his shoes is a red ball with the word Joe on it. It's kind of similar to the buoys from Eat It Joe's Stage 6, but different enough to be a separate sprite, not a palette swap of the buoys. At the top of the screen are 20 plums of different colors, red, purple, and gold. Rayman's job is to clear the field of plums by knocking the Joe ball into them. Gold plums, when hit, disappear. Purple plums change into gold plums when hit. And red plums change into purple plums. It reminded me of playing Dark Chambers on the Atari 7800, where monsters change into weaker forms when hit until they disappear. If you're not familiar with Dark Chambers, I can put in a link to the Atari 7800 Game by Game podcast episode in the show notes. When you clear out all the plums, you get more plums, not necessarily 20 and in a different pattern. In Stage 2, you'll encounter a green plum with gray leaves, and these are invincible, as green plums tend to be. Blue plums with pink leaves, first found on Stage 3, these are bouncy plums. They push the ball back with more force than the ball had when it arrived, speeding it up. Otherwise, they work just like the invulnerable green plums. In Stage 4, you'll see the first peach-colored plum with chocolate brown leaves. These plums signify a descending stage where the whole set of plums slowly drops lower. Well, maybe not all that slowly. It's like a game of Super Breakout in the progressive variation. These chocolate peach plums, though, they push the whole set back a bit. Every once in a while, one of the plums will start flashing. If you're able to hit it with a ball during that time, it'll release a ting, and catching the ting will give you an extra ball. You start with 3 in reserve, shown along the right edge of the screen, and it is possible to have more than 3 in reserve, but you'll only see those 3 on the side. If the ball is just outside of Rayman's reach, he'll dive for it like a beach volleyball player. It's a good save, but it takes a moment to recover and get back on his feet. Well, hands. There are 9 stages to complete here. 9. If you get through all of them, you'll see a message along the bottom reading, "Yeah, you now have unlimited continue," with a total of 6 exclamation points. From that point, you can continue playing randomly assigned levels until you lose. I think that's how it goes, at least. I haven't been able to pull this off, I'm pretty sure, and I checked several YouTube videos, but none of them were able to finish Rayman Breakout either. So I don't know if the unlimited continue thing applies cartridge-wide or to individual saves. I would assume the latter, given how many of these other cheats work, meaning you would have to go into the game and save before the unlimited continue thing could apply to your player entry. The next cheat code gives Rayman all the power-ups, instead of having Batilla bestow them upon him as he progresses through the game. The Batilla sequences are then skipped. You get this by entering the code sequence 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 during the opening animation. The message, "Yeah, you now have all the powers and all the maps," will scroll along the bottom. Now, I've seen this cheat code reported to grant all power-ups and all maps, but that's not what it says here in the game. It says all powers in all the maps. It doesn't unlock all the levels. I can say with a great deal of confidence there is no cheat code in Jaguar Rayman that does that. This code is good if you wanted to play through the game without having to backtrack because of the cages that aren't immediately accessible without having the punching or grabbing or helicopter or hanging powers. And I'm pretty sure there's one that requires running as well, running jump. Ordinarily, you'd have to revisit past levels once Rayman gains these powers, but not with this code. The next one is a pretty straightforward 50 lives per continue by entering the code 515253. For confirmation, you'll see the scrolling message, "Yeah, you will now start new games with 50 lives." And sure enough, when you start a new game by claiming an empty slot, you'll notice Rayman has 50 lives. But despite what the message says, this also works with existing players. Open up a saved game after entering the cheat code, then immediately save again, and when you push Option to go back into the player select screen, you'll see that the player slot you chose now has 50 lives instead of however many were there before. If you happen to have more than 50 lives, entering the cheat code and opening a saved game will drop you back down to 50. Just in case you were hoping to double these up or something. This does, in effect, give you unlimited lives in the game, since this cheat code can be applied every time you load a game. In a marathon play session, for example, enter the code first thing, and when you're playing, save your progress. Hit Option in the map screen to quit out, and then load back in. Your 50 lives will be replenished. Give it a try, it totally works. For the next cheat code, enter 2552, and you can basically view the ending of the game, including the credits, music, and end image. And finally, there are hidden dedications and other messages in the game, 17 by my count, with a separate code to display each one, which runs along the bottom of the screen when entered. Well, I take that back. There are 17 messages, but I only have 16 codes. So I guess there's one code out there waiting to be discovered. But I'll ruin the suspense by telling you what it does. We'll go through all of these dedications, and I'll translate the French ones to English. 007 star in French says, "Hello Pixel Noir," or Black Pixel, not sure which one is preferred. It's bit 0 giving you a little hello from Antigone, which I guess is part of Montpellier. 010271 in French reads, "Hello Emmanuel, you see there's a message for you. I hope you like this game and see you in the next one." 1230 in English, "Hello Fred, hope your trip was fine." 124578 in English reads, "I wanted to thank Konami and Nintendo for the great games they made." 159 hash in French reads, "You see, with this fist I am able to break your spine in two. Signed, Serge." Very classy there, Serge. 159 star, also in French, reads, "For sale, Asconia, 19XX, wreck condition. Signed, Jean-Marc G." This is probably the Opel Asconia, a 2- or 4-door car produced between 1970 and 1988. 1590 in French reads, "A crow, K-R-O. Quickly a crow. Hugh." It's H-E-U-U-U-U-U. "Everyone to Euro Disney." Signed, Bruno B. This one made no sense to me, so I reached out to an expert on the French language, being that he's legit French, Arethius. He said that crow is shorthand for Kronenbourg, one of 7 brands of beer owned by French brewing company Kronenbourg SAS. And Hugh is basically like, ah! So Bruno's essentially saying, a beer, quickly, give me a beer, ah! Everyone to Euro Disney! Which is, of course, what Disneyland Paris was called back then. Well, I guess officially it was called Euro Disneyland Paris when the game was released, but the Euro Disney name was recent enough. 21116 in French reads, "Hi Letitia, don't grow up too fast, they're bullies." 220473 in English reads, "Hello Valu, love you." 2271 in French reads, "Big kisses to Virginie and Annabella." And then it switches to Portuguese, which translated reads, "I love you, my beautiful woman." Except it says Lida instead of Linda, so that means my deals woman, which I'm going to assume is a typo. 27269 in French reads, "The Jaguar's my friend, and Rayman too, so let them live." 34470, mostly in French, reads, "Hello family, I told you I would finish this Satan game. Kisses." 93100 in French reads, "Thank you to all the Jaguar team in Paris who had to endure all this indifference, and especially to Phil for his precious help." Maybe Phil is Philippe Malfoy, one of the programmers. 34080 in French reads, "A message to Theli to tell him how sorry I am for what has happened." There are 13 exclamation points here to really drive home just how sorry this person is. I don't know who Theli is or just what happened. Among Atari developers, I found a Thierry Benusson and a Thierry Gaillet, but it could have been either or neither of those. It's a common enough name, I suppose. 4568 in French, the longest entry in the game, is a missive entitled The Nice World. Bettina is nice. Fred and Fred are very nice. Mom is very nice. Sophie is very nice. Eric is very nice. Rayman is also very nice. Rayman's world is also very nice. Olivier, Jean-Christophe, and Michael are very nice. Sign, Bettina. There's no Bettina in the credits, so I don't know, means something to somebody. 96272 in French reads, "So Pascal, then Stéphane, how does it feel to go on TV?" Signed, P. The one without a code reads, in English, "Dear Federico, you have my heart, Sophia." Rayman came in a box with big, bold artwork, or at least the Rayman game did. The picture of Rayman is front and center in the artwork, reaching out, or maybe pointing, it's kind of hard to tell, while Mr. Dark looms menacingly overhead, shooting lightning bolts with his hands. From his palms, not his fingers, he's no Sith Lord. One snarky-looking Electoon is sitting on a branch, while another is looking up at Mr. Dark in fear. In the distance, we can see the rocky silhouette of Mr. Stone. You'll find the Jaguar 3D hologram on the box, since this is a third-party release, as well as the ESRB rating of kids to adults, ages 6+, and the Ubisoft Entertainment logo. A black stripe along the bottom contains the Jaguar logo, and a single screenshot which extends over the artwork, showing a stage in the Blue Mountains. On the back of the box are 4 more screenshots. The 2 on the left are in the Dream Forest, but if you look closely at the first one, you'll see that this is from a much earlier build of the game, with the 2-row centered hit points and bits of the Nova meter in the bottom left corner. The other Dream Forest screenshot shows Mr. Scops. What's he doing there? Weird. The last 2 screenshots show the Bandland and Picture City levels. Along the left edge, next to each of the 3 languages featured on the back, are drawings of Rayman, Mr. Sax, and Mr. Stone. The text is basically just a header and 4 bullet points, though the French description only has 2 bullet points. The English one reads, "Discover the world of Rayman, where action, challenge, and technology await you. Unique powers that develop and accumulate as you advance through the game. Challenging, non-linear gameplay with 60 different levels in 6 amazing worlds. Eye-popping animations using 65,000 colors with 60 frames per second. Over 50 different characters, including enemies who learn your playing style and fight back with skill." These 3 languages, they're all pretty different from each other, actually. The French one, for example, mentions riding on the back of a giant mosquito or in a flying saucer and mentions around 30 pieces of music. The German copy mentions riding on a giant mosquito or in a flying saucer like the French version, but also says, "Gather your strength for an adventure full of surprises with secret levels and tricky traps." Along the bottom of the back of the box, there's a bunch of copyright stuff. The Ubisoft logo, the green and greener interlocking arrow logo of the German green dot dual system. What this means, if I understand the program correctly, is that Ubisoft has paid extra to cover the cost of collecting, sorting, and recycling the packaging as part of the 1991 Ordinance on the Avoidance of Packaging Waste. Above the Atari logo in the bottom right corner is a red box with white text reading "Manual in English, French, German, Spanish, Italian." So let's take a closer look at that manual. Not all languages are treated equally, and they're not broken out in language-specific sections like so many of the Atari-produced manuals. This is a stapled monochrome booklet, 32 pages if you include the covers, which the internal numbering seems to do. And the first 26 pages include the story, the controls, the screen layout, power-ups, save mechanism, and a brief description of the worlds. Most of this content is presented in 3 columns per page, one for English, one for French, and one for German. The main exception is on page 10, which shows the controls and screen layout where the languages are stacked. We can see here that the word pause is exactly the same in all 3 languages, and the French word for fist, which I didn't know, is pong, spelled like poing, P-O-I-N-G, which could be an onomatopoeia for Rayman's fist bouncing off of an enemy. I found that delightful. 2 of the screenshots from the back of the box made it into the manual, Bandland on page 13, and the Dream Forest Mr. Scops thing on page 22, though interestingly the screen in the manual is flipped, and therefore we can see that the ting counter in the corner is not a ting counter at all, but an anti-tune counter, making it pretty clear that this screenshot is definitely from an early build of the game. The Spanish and Italian languages are crammed onto pages 28, 29, and 30. Just text, no screenshots or diagrams, but at least Ubisoft was able to fit these other languages in. I've seen reports that a Rayman sticker sheet may have been included in the box, but I sure don't remember having one in there, and I did buy mine new in the store. The cartridge label is pretty bland, just the yellowish Rayman logo on a black background, with logos for the Jaguar, Ubisoft Entertainment, and the ESRB logo. Since this is a third-party release, the back of the cartridge is smooth, no embossed Atari logo. Also, there's a big block of copyright text on the label, and I will read this in its entirety now. Maybe not. The official Jaguar Gamer's Guide includes coverage of a preview release of Rayman spread across 5 pages and 27 screenshots. We mostly see the Dream Forest, Bandland, and Caves of Scops worlds, and its description of the Mr. Sax boss fight is kind of different. You're not punching bad notes at Mr. Sax, you're punching anti-tunes, it looks like, and then punching their leftover eyes back at the malevolent saxophone. It's a Simpsons reference, I know how to say saxophone. Ubisoft ran a few ads for Rayman in magazines, and Atari included it in some of theirs as well. The first one I found is a skinny ad in the November 1994 issue of GamePro. It reads, "So I've got no arms, no legs," with a picture of Rayman holding his palms up, followed by, "But I've got attitude," above a picture of Rayman making his face, sticking out his tongue. At the bottom it reads, "In your face this fall," and has an old Ubisoft logo next to the Jaguar logo, and a phone number in the California 415 area code that you can call for more information. But don't actually call that number, Ubisoft doesn't live there anymore. GamePro issue 74 for September 1995 includes a full-page ad that now features the logos for the PlayStation, Saturn, and PC CD-ROM in addition to the Jaguar. The ad asks, what do you get when you mix a mad woman with a rolling pin, a Stone Age maniac, a deranged sax blowing killer notes, a pirate with a flying saucepan? More than you can handle. Pictures of these 4 enemies are included with the description, and there are 3 screenshots below that, each one showing a scene which is not the Jaguar version of the game. Toward the bottom there's a picture of Rayman holding a sign that says, "Welcome to the next generation." The same phone number for more information is included here as well, but still don't call it. Atari's own 2-page Best Games, Best System ad includes a screenshot of Rayman under the header "Coming Soon," a very early build of the game with a POW meter, anti-tune count, and Nova gauge, showing Rayman squaring off against a flower tentacle. It includes quotes from 2 different magazines, Die Hard Game Fan, which says, "The control is perfect and the artwork is phenomenal," and the EGM one says, "The whole game looks like a cartoon." Atari's 16-page promotional catalog includes Rayman toward the back, sharing a page with Cannon Fodder, Double Dragon 5, and Theme Park. It includes 2 screenshots from a likewise early build, with a correspondingly early write-up of the story. Join Jimmy, a 10-year-old who escapes from reality by entering Here It's Cool, a fantasy kingdom he has created within the realms of his computer. When an evil power takes over Here It's Cool, Jimmy becomes Rayman, a superhero who must save his friends before it's too late. The quote from Die Hard Game Fan is here, too, with the added sentence, "Absolutely brilliant looking." I guess that's a sentence fragment, not an actual sentence. Whatever. One more ad, and I'm not sure where it came from, or even where I found it, but it's a full-page ad showing Rayman breaking through a brick wall, with the caption, "Breaking into the next generation." At the bottom are 5 logos. From left to right, these are the Jaguar, PlayStation, Ubisoft itself, Sega Saturn, and CD-ROM. The platform logos could also be seen as the order of release, at least in some regions. There's a Rayman poster, which Arethius found on eBay. It has a dark blue background with Rayman in lighter shades of blue. Beneath the logo at the top is the text, "The one you've gotta have." In the middle are accolades from various publications. Best Character, Best Animation, Best Soundtrack from the 1996 Video Game Buyer's Guide, Best Graphical Adventure from Digital Turf TV, stuff like that. At the bottom it reads, "Available now for PC CD-ROM," which it says runs on Windows 95 and Windows 3.1. PlayStation, Saturn, and Jaguar logos are also seen at the bottom, along with the ESRB rating. You'll find a picture of this poster, along with all the other advertisements I mentioned, in the show notes for this episode. The poster, by the way, ended up selling for €13.62, so just under $15 American. Let's find out what the gaming press thought about Rayman, and before we do that, we'll see what they thought they would think about Rayman by looking at some previews. And there are a few, most of them appearing around September 1994, or at least the September issues, which hit newsstands in August, for which stories were written in July, some of them regarding the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in June. Got all that? I'm going to start with Die Hard Game Fan, September 1994, which has a 4-page spread called Inside Atari, and starts out with some high-quality images from Rayman, 9 in-game, or nearly in-game, and one that features a collection of graphic assets, a fair bit of which didn't make it into the final build. It says this will be a 10-plus level adventure, with each level being 40 screens long and 4 high. It is absolutely brilliant looking, it says, with perfect control and phenomenal artwork. GamePro magazine, October 1994, has some of the same images as GameFan, but lower quality. The colors are kind of washed out. The text is pretty similar between the two, not like they were plagiarized or anything, but pulling from the same source, which would be Atari or maybe Ubisoft directly. Edge magazine, out of the UK, has a full-page preview of Rayman in the October 1994 issue, featuring a scattering of screenshots and saying that this game is, quote, undeniably good-looking, but it's gameplay, not graphics, that'll sell it to the Mario generation, end quote. It talks about the story, the Here It's Cool and Jimmy story, saying that the animation is gloriously smooth, and that the title character can call on over 50 animation sequences. The game is obviously aimed at a young audience, and that the humorous touches will go a long way toward making Rayman attractive to young children. Back to GameFan, October 1994, there's a full-page preview with a dozen new screenshots and a picture of several character graphics. Some of the screenshots show level configurations that don't exist in the final game, or other oddities like a giant mouth with a cigar, one eye open, and a bowler hat. Some weird combination of graphics from Picture City, and the top of a cello or something that didn't make it into Bandland. The next month, I think, GameFan published a 2-page preview of Rayman, including no fewer than 31 new screenshots from 4 different levels, and another issue, I believe February 1995, packs 37 new pictures into 2 pages, including the first images of the hidden Breakout minigame. It calls Rayman the best reason to own a Jaguar and says that the game's size has just been increased from 16 to 24 megabits, which is another way of saying 2 to 3 megabytes. But let's leave GameFan alone for a bit and backtrack to November 1994, where Electronic Gaming Monthly had a small entry for Rayman in the Next Wave section. It includes 6 screenshots and says to look in the pages of EGM and EGM2 for more news on this cool cart. Okay, will do. So the next month, December 1994, as it turns out, EGM has a 2-page preview showing several character graphics all around with 7 screenshots, not including the wide multi-screen view of what it purports to be level 1. These EGM previews include an opinion featuring the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good here is that Rayman has a fresh concept to it, as opposed to the same old run-and-shoot action games. The bad is that the reviewer only had 1 level to work with, and he can't wait until it's finished. And as for the ugly, he wrote, "There's nothing ugly at all about this game. It totally rules." The game is said to be about 30% complete with a cartridge size of 8 megabits, 1 megabyte, and an estimated availability of January. EGM2, sure, August 1995, it's, like Die Hard GameFan a few months prior, says that the game will be 24 megabits in size in this 1-page preview, which pins the completion percentage at 90%. The first impression, where did they get so many colors? Wow. Back to GamePro, March 1995, there's a section featuring games from the Winter Consumer Electronics Show, and Rayman is listed as coming out for the Jaguar in 32X in June, with the PlayStation, Saturn, and 3DO versions coming out in September. 32X and 3DO ports, by the way, never saw release. One more, sort of. This is an embarrassingly bad mock interview with Rayman in the October 1995 issue of Video Games The Ultimate Gaming magazine. Doubly embarrassing because it's included on both pages 20 and 22, identical except for a couple of word wrap differences. I'm mentioning it here because it says that in the past year, Rayman has come out of nowhere to become one of the most recognized video game characters around. And that really sets the stage here, doesn't it? The hype, lots of excitement. Did Rayman deliver on all of that? You're going to have to wait until right now to find out. Electronic Gaming Monthly, September 1995, has reviews for both the PlayStation and Jaguar versions of Rayman, both of which received Editor's Choice Gold Awards. The 4 reviewers, on a scale of 1 to 10, gave the Jaguar version 8.5, 7.5, and 2 8.0s. One reviewer says that it is nearly identical to the PlayStation version, down to the perfect animations, while another said that it just doesn't translate all that well to the Jaguar. All 4 complained about the controls. One said that it's laggy and unresponsive, one said that it's slow, and one said that the control issues are hardly noticeable except when jumping. The PlayStation version got higher scores overall, with one reviewer giving it a half-point edge over the Jaguar, and 2 others bestowing a full-point advantage to the PlayStation. One said that it looks and plays just like its cartridge-based counterparts, and just one reviewer mentions the controls, saying that it takes a bit of getting used to. Oddly, its challenge is listed as easy, with the time to complete short, whereas the Jaguar version, the challenge is listed as moderate, with a medium time to complete. Now, I did see a speedrun of Rayman on the PlayStation where he was able to blow through the game in just 81 minutes, and he made most of it look pretty easy, but no, EGM, just no. Another discrepancy is that the PlayStation review says that there's a battery backup, and the Jaguar version has no backup. Both are incorrect. But let us not dwell on EGM, it makes my brain hurt, so we'll turn instead to GamePro. Their full-page review in September 1995 gives the game the following scores on a scale of 1 to 5. Graphics 4, sound 4, control 4, and fun factor 4. Challenge is listed as advanced. It correctly lists the cartridge size of 32 megabits with a save feature, and the summary reads, "Finally a game that shows off the Jaguar's capabilities. Don't let the cutesy graphics fool you, Rayman is an advanced challenge." Reviewer Tommy Glide, if that is his real name, says that Rayman showcases the next-generation quality you expected all along from Jaguar games. He says Rayman's controls are precise, and that anyone looking for deep gameplay along the lines of Donkey Kong Country or Gex won't be disappointed. There are 7 screenshots here, each with a pro tip. I'll read a couple of them, which I consider the most useful. The full review, of course, will be included in the show notes. On the first level, climb the first set of vines and move to the left. You'll find a platform with a 1-up. Use your punch to knock the purple berries onto the enemies' heads, then stand on their heads and jump to reach power-ups. Let's check out Die Hard Game Fan, which has 3 reviewers rating the game on a scale of 1 to 100. Rayman's scores are 87, 93, and 90. One reviewer says that it's clearly inferior to the music masterpiece that is the PlayStation version, but definitely the best Jag game yet. The PlayStation review is on the same page, and if you add all the scores up, it's rated 3 points higher. Atari Explorer Online, October 1995, includes a review of Rayman by Mark Stingray Santora, and the ratings on a scale of 1 to 5 are graphics 5, brilliant use of color and animation that would make Walt Disney proud, audio 4, control 4, all platformers should handle like this, gameplay 5, it's a long game, it'll take time to finish and you won't do it quickly, and overall is 5, so the sound is just a little short, trust me, you won't be disappointed. Game Zero, December 1995, gives the game a score of 40 out of 50, saying that the music is not quite up to the quality of the rest of the game, and asking, what's with all the slowdown? They also say that there really isn't much point to the Jaguar Rayman since the Saturn and PlayStation versions are far better looking and sounding. Electric Playground, January 1996, gives Rayman 9 out of 10, saying it has little competition to receive Jaguar Game of the Year. The goods, as they call it, the positives, are infectious gameplay, great graphics, cool character, and perfect control. The grief, the downsides, well, one downside, is that the audio isn't as good as other versions. Ubisoft has crafted a superb diversion in Rayman, they say, and Jag owners everywhere owe it to themselves to give this game a workout. The Atari Times, July 1996, has a 4-category breakdown with graphics 92%, sound and music 82%, gameplay 91%, and controls are not applicable. Weird. Overall score is 92%, so if the overall score is an average of the 4 categories, that would make the control rating 103%. Okay, so maybe it's not an average. I don't know. He does say that the control system feels exactly right, but that wouldn't be above 100%, certainly. Still, take that, EGM. He calls the game really, really good, but also tough, and that the graphics and sound have been beautifully engineered. The Jaguar is crying out for games of this quality, and everyone needs games that set such high standards. A must-buy. Atari HQ has a 3-category breakdown of Rayman, giving the graphics a 10, sound 8, gameplay 8, and overall 8 out of 10. He says that Ubisoft has been one of the first third-party Jaguar developers to design a game from scratch that harnesses the graphical prowess of Atari's 64-bit machine. It's a jewel of a platformer with some of the most vivid colors found on any title to date. He says that while Rayman isn't littered with cheap shots like in other games meant to keep things challenging, but Rayman does have a high level of difficulty. Controls are spot on, and you can stop on a dime. Take that, EGM. So, I was walking through this verdant jungle the other day when I came across Arethius. He was wearing a green and yellow cloak with a pointy hat and pointy shoes, and floating a full 2 meters off the ground. He said to me, "You've done reasonably okay so far, Shinto, but your reviews are all very Anglo-centric. I can give you translations of French and German reviews to help you in your quest." So I did the only thing I could do. I turned to the camera, smiled, and struck a pose. True story. Let's start then with Germany. Video Games Magazine, August 1995, gives Rayman 82% for graphics, 62% for music, 58% for sound effects, and 81% for fun, which is more or less used as the final score. Difficulty is rated as 7 out of 10. The reviewer says, "Do not expect a high-speed platformer a la Sonic the Hedgehog. However, with Rayman, Ubisoft has completed quite a performance. A real gag fireworks display is set off. The rich diversity of funny ideas will please the fans of the genre. The smorgasbord of bosses during the last fight is the craziest assortment ever seen in a platformer. The cute graphics, the great animations, the lovingly designed backgrounds, and the funny enemies will keep players' eyes happy. The music could have been better. Newcomers should not let the nice graphics deceive them. Without a great joypad dexterity, they won't go very far. Fortunately, there is a battery in the cartridge which allows 3 save slots." No, there isn't, Wolfgang. Electrically erasable programmable read-only memory. You might have to worry about wearing out the chip after around 100,000 writes, but you don't have to worry about a battery dying on you. The same reviewer gave PlayStation and Saturn versions 83% for overall fun, 2 points higher than the Jaguar, with the Saturn's graphics netting the same 82% as the Jaguar, but the PlayStation up to 85%. Music on both the CD versions are 78%, with sound effects both 71%. And with all 3 versions, the game is awarded a thumbs up by some guy with a mustache and mullet, so can't go wrong there. Mega Fun Magazine, also August 1995, rates graphics 82%, sound at 78%, and fun at 86%. The reviewer writes, "Just a few moments after I took the joypad, I was overwhelmed with admiration. The brilliant graphics and 65,536 colors with their unique style evoked an unexpected amazement. The overall structure is even more enjoyable thanks to the nicely animated sprites. Now only gameplay diversity and high technical performance are missing. I can now assure you, as the graphics and enemies will regularly change, so there are almost no dull moments in the game. It is also a difficult game, and the last levels are extremely hard but not unfair. The only shortcoming of my judgment is the flickering that occasionally occurs, which is easy to overcome with the other positive aspects of the game. A big praise to Ubisoft, who is not only able to create a great platformer game, but is also able to show what the Jaguar can do." Maniac Magazine, September 1995, incorrectly says that the game is a 16 megabit cartridge with a battery backup published by Atari, but moving past all that gives the graphics 85%, sound, there's no grade for sound, and overall 86%. Anyone who would have doubted the survival of the platformer genre will be corrected by Rayman. Wonderful graphics and funny animations will please the eyes of the most demanding souls, but won't offer anything new. Rather, they got an optimal playing experience out of the dusty, hopping genre with intelligent level design and updated the conventional 16-bit visuals to a more colorful palette. You look forward to the next meeting with your fairy godmother, meaning Batilla the Fairy, and enjoy new ideas and humorous comic interludes in addition to the excellent controls. The only criticism, compared to the faster PlayStation version, many opponents forced the big cat to its knees. Apart from the playful whirring music, our version did not yet contain any sounds. We might rate this game again. Oh, okay, so that's why there's no sound rating. Did somebody turn the volume down in the game or on the TV or hook something up incorrectly? Anyway, ST Computer, November 1995, gives the graphics a rating of 94%, sound 57%, fun 88%, and overall 79%. With its funny and varied comic graphics, Ubisoft has created a new standard in the platformer genre. With a cute Rayman as a crowd puller and the corresponding advertising, Atari could finally have the opportunity to put the Jaguar not only in the hearts of many console fans, but also in the gaming rooms. Heading somewhat southwest into France, we find a copy of Player One magazine from September 1995. Somebody just left it on a park bench or something. So we flip it open to page 102, because we know that's where the good stuff is, and we find the start of a 2-page review, which rates the game very highly. Graphics 96%, animation 95%, sound 87%, playability 98%, and overall player fun 97%. They call it an exceptional game. Every platformer fan should have a copy of it, period. The summary says, an outstanding platformer game, Rayman will keep you playing for hours, a complete success. The action is sometimes a bit slow, but there is no slowdown. The sound is fitting the action, but the music is lacking a bit of energy. They miss the CD format. For the playability, it's as perfect as it can be. Wow. That's me saying wow, not them saying wow. Their wow is implied. Consoles Plus, a 1-page review in the September 1995 issue, gives presentation 82%, graphics 92%, animation 85%, music 88%, sound effects 85%, and replay value 92%. Dragging down presentation is the slideshow with text presenting the backstory. Animation is lower because they say there's a lot of slowdown, but don't have the final release. And the 60 different sound effects on the Jaguar are 1/3 what one would find on the PlayStation. It's a splendid platformer on the Jaguar, too bad it's not as complete as on the 32-bits consoles. Reviewer Elvira says, decidedly I like Rayman. Finding the Electoons cages will be a real puzzle. The action's possibilities become larger during the game. The fairy tales aspect of the game is adorable. The game is gorgeous. The music, very nice. Overall, I like it. But there is still a doubt in my mind. The Jaguar is supposed to be the only 64 bits on the market, isn't it? And the PlayStation only has 32 bits. The Jaguar should offer a game at least as nice as the PlayStation counterpart. Yet, sliding around on the musical staves is missing, as is the mini Rayman. And those are only a few examples. Food for thought. Joypad magazine, September 1995, in a small review, sharing the page with 2 other non-Jaguar games, Rayman is given a grade of 89%, saying, originally Rayman was also planned for the Atari Jaguar, as this review proves. In fact, on the Jaguar, it's exactly the same as on the PlayStation and Saturn, apart from a few different technical effects between the stages. This platformer adventure game has 3 save slots, it's important, and some interesting details, especially in terms of the characters' facial expressions and the music. What remains is pretty standard, but very well done. We can see the excellent polish that was given. Of course, Jaguar owners should not miss out on one of the best games on the console. Start Micro, September 1995, rates the game on 4 different categories on a scale of 1 to 10, with presentation 10, graphics 10, music 10, playability 10, and overall 6. Just kidding, it's 10s across the board. The reviewer writes, more than a good game, Rayman is a fireworks display whose music and colors will stun you. We all expected that this masterpiece will become the benchmark. Easy on the eyes, every character is animated like a cartoon. The game is fast, the scenario is great, and the gameplay is beyond reproach. You never get stuck in this game as you backtrack in order to fully discover a stage. It will require numerous hours of playtime before you can face the evil Mr. Dark. Rayman is a festival that will revolutionize the video gaming world. For once, it is a French production that is thumbing its nose at the world of console games. Cocorico! Let's hope this will open the eyes of some American nationalists in Sunnyvale who have great difficulty understanding that Europe is truly a living market for the Jaguar. I had to look this up. Cocorico may be used in French as an onomatopoeia for a rooster crow, like cock-a-doodle-doo in English. And in France, it's often used as a cheer of nationalistic victory, which seems to apply here. I learn something new each episode. Multiple things, in fact. ST Magazine, September 1995, has a review of Rayman scattered across multiple pages and mixed in with Super Burnout and White Men Can't Jump. Of Rayman, they say, it is totally and definitely awesome, period. Even if some of the levels are a bit difficult to me. Graphics 94%, sounds 80%, fluidity 87%, playability 86%, and replay value 88%, for an overall average of 87%. Looking to more modern reviews, we'll start with Implant Games in 2009. I don't have the full review because I think the way they built their page made it pretty much impossible to retrieve through the Internet Archive. So all I have for this review is a quick paragraph from Moby Games, which gives the game a 7 out of 10. I don't know how Implant Games did scoring, but that's a normalized equivalent. Saying that it's a good title with sharp and colorful graphics, but the difficulty level is a bit unforgiving at times. All Game Guide in 1998 breaks down its review of Rayman into 5 different categories, each rated on a scale of 1 to 5. Graphics are 5, sound 4, enjoyment 4.5, replay value 4, and documentation 4. The review itself says that Rayman controls quite well with the stock Atari Jaguar gamepad, take that EGM, but say that it's a remarkably difficult game requiring perfect timing and rote memorization with instantaneous death as a consequence for carelessness. If you can find this one on the cheap, it says pick it up. Yeah, right. We'll get to that. Electric Escape, date unknown, has a review by Robert Jung, which rated Rayman 5 out of 5 stars. He wrote that while Rayman features many familiar play mechanics, it also has a strategic tone and mellow pace, which is fairly different from the hop and bop horde. He says that finding all the cages is a fun and stimulating challenge, though the arbitrary nature of some of the hiding places might annoy a few gamers. He says that levels are well designed without any annoying dead ends or blind leaps, and mentioned sympathetic collision detection, which allows close brushes with enemies. He calls the controls precise and blissfully responsive, take that EGM, but complains that it's not very replayable once beaten because there are no difficulty levels or random factors. He likes the graphics, of course, but the sound effects ultimately fall short of the graphics' high standards. He liked the music, said that there's a wide variety of high-quality tunes which fit the game wonderfully, but says that they are all far too short. The Video Game Critic in 2003 awarded Rayman a grade of B+, with endorsements for spring seasonal fun and this game is expensive. He calls it an excellent 2D platformer with incredibly smooth and often humorous animations. He says the lush stages are works of art and that the music is upbeat and fun. The stage designs, however, can be frustrating. The reader average grade is an A with 63 votes. He also reviewed the Saturn version 6 years later, which he said is harder than the Jaguar original, and gave it a grade of C-. Why so low? He said that Rayman the character comes off like an unlikable dork, and that Rayman making up with the bosses he defeats is the dumbest thing he's ever seen. For the pixelated intro video, which I'll get into later, the narrator sounds like he's reading to a preschool class. He says that the Bandland stages are a case study in bad design with slippery platforms and cheap hits galore. He went on to say that there's so much trial and error involved, the zone should have been called Honey, I Fell Off the Screen. Is Rayman on the Saturn that different a game to be rated so much lower than the Jaguar port? Parts of it, yes, and I'll get into some of the differences a little later. Not much later. Just Claw's JagSite has a short review awarding Rayman 5 out of 5 stars, calling it a great platformer with cartoon graphics. On the French JagFan blog, a 2009 review closes with, Rayman on the Jaguar really is a marvel, an enchantment for the eyes, and a treasure of the platforming genre, a must-have, 5 J's out of 5. In 2010, and updated in 2013, there's a Rayman review on the French website Graviterbox, which says, among other things, in French, even if at its core Rayman remains a 16-bits average platformer, if it was not for the quality of the backgrounds, it would run perfectly on a Super Nintendo, and even stealing ideas from its predecessors, Super Mario World, Sonic, Tiny Toons, World of Illusion, and so on. Nevertheless, the charm and beauty of its universe is striking. It's really beautiful, the sound is calm, pleasant, in accordance with the backgrounds, although there is nothing remarkable about it. It's playable, funny, Rayman is really an attractive game. The only downside to all this happiness, the difficulty will literally spoil your experience, which I am the first to regret. And this is all the more harmful because at the time, Rayman was targeted to a younger audience. If, on the other hand, you are a crack of the pad or you like spicy challenges, then go for it, and you will see, even if it is a little childish, it is also an enchanting game. There are some pros and cons listed here. Cons first, including some stages are vicious, very annoying. Gameplay cool, but nothing new. Horribly difficult, no saves. To which I must reply, what? Pros include original universe and characters, absolutely gorgeous graphics, super fluid animations, good playability. Retro Game Reviews out of the UK in 2010 awarded Rayman 8 stars out of 10, saying that the game has gorgeous scenic backdrops and quirky ideas. They like how abilities are added as you progress, and don't mind the backtracking because it's gratifying to access previously inaccessible areas and see the level design open up in new and exciting ways. It suffers from severe trial and error, though, made worse by sparse checkpoints. German website NextGam reviewed the game in early 2021, giving it a score of 9 out of 10. The pros are varied gameplay and excellent graphics, and the con is frustration, some frustrating moments. The reviewer wrote, "Rayman is a game that you have to own. It is one of the rare Jaguar games where everything is just right. A good, varied gameplay combined with first-class graphics brings the game into the elite of traditional 2D jump-and-runs. The idiosyncratic graphic style also has a very special charm that is hard to escape. Only moments of minor frustration somewhat tarnish the very good impression." If you want to talk averages, the list of external reviews on Atari Age include 6 reviews between 80 and 100% for an average of 89%, and on Moby Games there are 16 reviews between 70% and 100% for an average of 85.8%. The Implant Games review drags the score down since it's the only one below 80%. The 19 reviews for the PlayStation version average out to 85.2%, and the 13 Sega Saturn version reviews average out to 81.4%, with the Video Game Critic dragging it down, 84.75% without it. Still, based off of those numbers, Jaguar 1 scored slightly highest. In terms of rarity, Rayman is kind of on the rare side. Atari Age rates it 6 out of 10 on their scale, but don't look at the description of the number 6 rating because that mentions prices of $20 to $30 on eBay. Those prices must be geared for Atari 2600 games, and a while ago at that, because you're not finding Rayman for $30 on eBay, no sir. So brace yourself, we're going to look at Rayman pricing. None of the Atari vendors, I poll, have Rayman in stock, so that takes us to eBay, where loose carts have recently sold from $150 to $190, complete in box from $230 to $286. Current listings as of mid-March 2022, we see loose carts listed for $160 to $180, with complete in box from $300 to $350. PriceCharting.com estimates $155 loose, $265 complete, and $280 new. So effectively, Rayman on the Jaguar is both rare and highly rated, which is a recipe for a sad bank account if you're looking to throw out your fist and grab it. Rayman's Jaguar exclusivity pretty much ended when the game exploded onto the scene in the 1994 Summer Consumer Electronics Show. When you have a game in active development for multiple platforms, differences are bound to creep in, some bigger than others. I've compiled a bunch of notes here in no particular order, except I've mostly listed the cosmetic stuff first and the gameplay stuff later. The biggest differentiator between Jaguar Rayman and the versions released for the PlayStation, Saturn, and PC is the media format and the constraints thereof. You can fit a whole lot more on a CD than you can on a cartridge, and for Rayman specifically, we're talking at least 100 times more. A lot of that is music. Most of the content on the disc for the PlayStation, for example, is made up of audio tracks, all but 94 megabytes, the data track, which contains the game itself, as well as a CGI intro, which I'll talk about later. When I covered Doom on this podcast, comparing the different ports of Doom, I used the music from the very first level as a baseline, a basis of comparison. And I'm going to do the same thing here, the first level of Rayman, the E1M1, if you will. For reference, here's what the first stage and the first level sounds like on the Jaguar. Now, the same bit for the PlayStation, and Saturn, presumably. Now, I also have here the only other Rayman released on a cartridge, the Game Boy Advance version, known as Rayman Advance. The cartridge, though physically smaller than the Jaguar cart, has twice the ROM size, 8 megabytes. This is what its music sounds like. Yeah, I don't play GBA Rayman with the music turned on. On the PlayStation, and probably Saturn and PC, you can adjust volume levels, but only before you start or load a game. You seem to be locked in from that point on. No pause menu or anything to adjust the volumes. In my experience, at least. Maybe I missed something. The Game Boy Advance, though, is even more limited. No independent volume levels. You can only turn the music on or off. I choose off. So let's look at, or at least listen to, the sound effects. The soundscape is very different between the Jaguar and other ports. Less sound effecty, more digitized on the other platforms. Here's Rayman's Wind Up and Punch on the Jaguar. And same thing on the PlayStation. Here's the Hunter firing a bullet with a giant hammer first on the Jaguar. And now on the PlayStation, you hear the polishing but don't really hear the hammer, or at least all of its swings. Some tings on the Jaguar, and on the PlayStation. This is the sound that's played when a gen door is triggered, meaning something that wasn't there before has appeared, first on the Jaguar, and then on the PlayStation. On the PlayStation, floating on a giant plum makes this sound. But on the Jaguar, it's silent. Speaking of silent, Rayman has a voice in the other ports. Here's what it sounds like when he's on the edge of a platform waving his hands. But on the Jaguar, no sound. Finishing a level on the Jaguar just plays a little tune. But on the PlayStation, we hear Rayman say yeah and then laugh. I couldn't isolate the yeah on the PlayStation, I think because it must be built into the audio track. I was, however, able to isolate it on the Game Boy Advance. Rayman making a face on the PlayStation makes this sound, but on the Jaguar that move is silent. When Rayman is hurt on the Jaguar it sounds like this, but on the PlayStation it's this. This is just a small sampling of the audio differences between the two platforms, because they're pretty much all different. I don't know if there are any sounds that are the same. Let's move on to animation. Rayman has additional animations in the PlayStation version, like leaning forward when moving at a high rate of speed, shivering and nervously biting his nails during boss fights, or performing somersaults when jumping at a high speed. His idle animation is different, as I mentioned previously. In the non-Jaguar versions, he puts a hand out over his eyes and looks around, forward, toward the player, and backward before shrugging. Each of these stages of the animation has a weird wobble at the end. It feels out of place to me, a fair bit unlike Rayman's other animations. Thoroughly unnecessary wobble, which is coincidentally the name of my upcoming album. Backgrounds can be different. There are more backgrounds available on the other versions. Some of them have up to 4 layers of parallax scrolling versus just 1 on the Jaguar. There are environmental effects. On the PlayStation, at least one of the Dream Forest levels has a wispy fog in the foreground, whereas the Jaguar version has extra plants in this layer. Some of the PlayStation levels are darker with, like, lightning effects brightening the screen. Not actual bolts of lightning, just briefly lighter. The PlayStation version has rain on the first flooding level and snow in the Gong Heights and one of the mountain stages, whereas the Jaguar has no precipitation participation. The falling snow looks really nice, I have to say. The PlayStation has more decoration in some of the levels, like piles of treasure in the caves. It also adds sparkles, forming a line between Rayman and the hoop he's swinging from. When I say PlayStation, you can probably assume it covers the Saturn and maybe PC versions as well. I just happen to own the PlayStation version, so I'm more familiar with it. PlayStation and Saturn ports have stereo separation in the sound effects. The Jaguar does not, nor does the Game Boy Advance or PC, from what I've been able to tell using the PC demo version. What the stereo effect does for you is when something happens on one side of the screen, you hear it more from the corresponding speaker. It reminds me of Trevor McFur in the Crescent Galaxy, how it matches the side of the screen with a sound channel. The temporary cloud platforms, they only seem to open their eyes and grin on the Jaguar version. Others, the eyes are always closed. Rayman loses power-ups when hit on the Jaguar as opposed to the other versions where he only loses them if he dies. Tings will explode in a shower of pixels when they're snagged on the PlayStation, Saturn, or PC, but there's no pixel shower on the Jaguar, Game Boy Advance, or Nintendo DSi. Hitting the exit sign on every version but the Jaguar will immediately freeze all animations except for Rayman and his little twirl. The game world just stops. Flowers stop dancing, enemies stop moving, but on the Jaguar, the game world continues on, with the only difference being Rayman is now impervious to attacks and enemy contact. When Rayman breaks open a cage, on the Jaguar the cage flies off, and the Electoons trapped within pause for a moment before zipping up off the screen. On other ports, the Electoons don't immediately fly off the screen, but meander around a bit, maybe go for a swim, maybe pause next to Rayman with a little heart over their heads. On the Jaguar, Mosquito's coloring is consistent, but on the other versions it's different between the two stages where you encounter him. On the Jaguar, in the overworld map, Rayman runs between the levels, but on the others, he kind of saunters. The continue screen on the Jaguar has Rayman walking a consistent rate from right to left. When he reaches the left side, it's game over. On the PlayStation, he walks quickly to the left and then stands there for around 10 seconds, swaying gently before game over. The Game Boy Advance version is pretty similar to that, except it actually gives you a countdown timer. Also, the Batilla sequences are one line of text at a time on the PlayStation and GBA and other ports, whereas on the Jaguar, it's up to 2 lines at a time. The text on the map screen is larger and more colorful on the Jaguar, and Jaguar stages start with the word action bouncing around and blowing apart. The Saturn version is unique for having the stained glass windows shatter at the end of the game, and the GBA version gives you an extra hit point, but far fewer colors and kind of a zoomed-in view. It also shows a little twinkling effect wherever gen door triggers are located. The CD-based versions have a pre-rendered CGI intro to the game, where we hear the magician speak and lay out the story that way instead of the slideshow that we get on the Jaguar.
Hi, folks! You want to know what's going on? Let me tell you the story of Rayman!
The voice acting is not good.
In Rayman's world, nature and people live together in peace. The great Protoon provides and maintains the harmony and balance in the world.
The video game critic says it's like reading to a preschool class, that kind of condescending tone some adults think kids respond better to, and I do hear that. I get the critic's point there.
The Electoons, who used to gravitate around it, lose their natural stability and scatter all over the world!
Rayman Advance uses small bits of this opening animation, but with text. There are splash screens before each new world on every version but the Jaguar. This often hides loading time, but on the Game Boy Advance, being on a cart without the lengthy CD load times, these loading screens can be skipped. There are some pretty big gameplay differences as well. In other ports, those silvery musical staves are slippery. Rayman slides along them, along with parts of the mountain, Picture City, and candy levels. The PC version and Nintendo DSi and 3DS have a totally different first stage in Bongo Hills, which kind of bridges the gap between the Dream Forest and Bandland. The PC port and the Nintendo portable versions that are based on it have several of the cages in different locations. And speaking of the Nintendo DS, the second screen is used to provide kind of a zoomed out view of the main screen, a sepia-colored map that lets you see not enemies, but platforms and some other elements that gives you context into Rayman's surroundings. Another big gameplay difference is that on non-Jaguar versions, there are flying blue elves which shrink Rayman down or bring him back up to full size. Level design tends to be different on these elvish stages to accommodate the additional puzzle element. All of the Eat at Joe's stages in the Jaguar are fully lit, consistent with the rest of the levels and stages on the Jaguar. But on the others, there's a pitch black stage where Rayman's only light is provided by a firefly. The Candy Chateau's corkscrews and Swiss Army knives and toxic blue pools only appear on the Jaguar version. The others don't have these elements, but instead have totally different stage designs, the first one giving Rayman a frying pan that he can use to slide along the ground. In Stage 2, Rayman is pursued by an evil doppelganger with purple hair, gray skin, yellow eyes, and a blue body and shoes. Evil Rayman does whatever good Rayman does, just a little behind, and as long as good Rayman keeps moving. Not on the Jaguar at all, and these two stages are entirely different between the Jaguar and other ports. Another thing in the non-Jaguar versions is there's part of Mr. Stone's Peaks where Rayman must use his helicopter hair to cut two large ropes. It's kind of a weird level. Rayman just appears in this cavern with solid rock on either side and a slab above him pulled down by two large stones attached to thick ropes. How did he get there? Who built this thing and for what reason? I don't have the answers. In the stage where Rayman is riding Bizit, the Jaguar is the only version where Bizit is shooting fireballs. In all the other versions, it's just Rayman riding on top, still punching things like normal. Not nearly as interesting. In Rayman Origins, Rayman and other characters in the game sometimes ride giant mosquitoes that can shoot fireballs, very much like on the Jaguar. The final boss fight is different on the Jaguar as well. The fireball phase lasts longer than on the PlayStation and others, and also on the Jaguar the same Mr. Dark damage meter is used throughout the whole thing, 12 hit points. On the other ports, Mr. Dark has 3 health gauges of 8 hit points each. 3 gauges, of course, means 3 boss permutations instead of 2 on the Jaguar. The additional one involves Mama's head and hands on a mosquito body. But there are 2 of them, one on each side of the screen, each with a bowling pin laser gun. The first conglomerate boss, the one with the Scop's head and stone body, on the Jaguar version, worriedly walks off the screen when defeated. On the others, he just flies up off the screen. Again, this is not an exhaustive comparison, and the Rayman wiki at raymanpc.com has a lot of things that I didn't cover, but my list has some things they didn't cover. I'll include a link to the Rayman PC page on the Jaguar version, but in general, you'll find that they're pretty down on the Jaguar, using terms like lower quality and weaker hardware and less responsive, and it makes it seem like the Jaguar is derived from these other versions, the PlayStation in particular. I don't have any accounts of the interaction between the different teams working on these other platforms, but my impression is that during development, all of these ports, of course, started with the Jaguar as the baseline, but people would come up with these ideas. Hey, let's shrink Rayman down, or hey, let's use his hair to cut some ropes. But the Jaguar team was like, no, we can't fit that in. We're cutting it close on ROM space as it is. I've heard differing opinions about the controls. The EGM reviewers, of course, all complained about the controls on the Jaguar version, but not the PlayStation. And I remember reading, but don't remember where I was reading, that the Jaguar has tighter controls than the PlayStation version. I've played these back-to-back, these 2 versions, and I really didn't notice a difference in responsiveness or accuracy. RaymanPC.com says of the Jaguar, the controls are less responsive and the physics are slightly less polished. This is most notable when flying with a super helicopter. It is different, the super helicopter between the versions. The hang time on the PlayStation felt longer, and the left and right momentum felt different between the 2. I wouldn't call one less polished than the other, or better or worse, just different. I had never used the super helicopter potion before, never. So after reaching and playing around with the controls on the Jaguar version, I shut it off, walked over to the PlayStation, and did the same there. I was therefore equally familiar with each, and equally able to adapt to each. The buttons, of course, differ. Like on the PlayStation, you use the shoulder buttons to crawl. That really threw me off at first. Wait, why can't I crawl with the D-pad? But I can see where it would have its advantages. When you have long stretches of spikes overhead, it's slightly less effort to hold down a shoulder button than to hold down in diagonal on the directional pad. On the PlayStation, despite having 4 face buttons, the run button replaces the face-making button, whereas on the Jaguar, Rayman doesn't ever lose the ability to make a face. Not that it's ever actually useful. I fully bought into the hype, and fully bought into the game, paying full retail at Walden Software. Man, it was expensive. $70, which is around $127 in 2021. Downright bargain, actually. Really, I had no idea this was considered rare and expensive until the last few years, which is true for another Jaguar game, which we haven't covered yet, coming up in episode 44. I won't tell you what it is. Anyway, yeah, Rayman. I'd show it off to my friends, letting the attract mode demonstrate what I could not, namely the hard rocks, which I had yet to reach by that point. That's the third gameplay sequence shown, and I didn't know that I could kind of skip to it by hitting a button during the assembly animation and preceding gameplay sequences without actually starting the game. That would have saved a lot of time. The Crystal Palace gameplay, to attract loops later, was also impressive, which was much further than I had managed to reach back then. And today, I still had not made it through the Blue Mountains yet. And that's kind of the way it goes. Rayman hooks you and pulls you in with its lush, beautiful, approachable early levels, but halfway through Bandland, you start thinking to yourself, hey, this isn't easy. It may be cute, but it's not easy. Maybe even say that out loud. You know, in between all the expletives, of course, because this game will make you belt out colorful metaphors, as Mr. Spock once put it. I'm sure even Phil the No-Swear Gamer couldn't make it through a live stream of some of these levels without betraying his moniker. I bought a PlayStation 3 for the kids for Christmas in 2014, and while that was mostly for Minecraft, I looked into some additional games that they might enjoy. One of those games was Rayman Origins. It's Rayman, it supports up to 4 cooperative players, what's not to like? It also returns to Rayman's 2D roots, making it more similar to my old Jaguar cart than the 3D Rayman releases that I never actually tried. Origins was the first game we played after setting up the PlayStation Christmas night, and I was wonderfully impressed. It's beautiful, funny, approachable. If you want to 100% the game, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but especially in co-op mode, it's not that bad. Now, granted, we haven't been able to make it past Part 4 of Freaking Flipper in the Sea of Serendipity, but still, relatively speaking, that's way deeper into the game than I was able to get with the original. And that's even skipping some of the stuff in the original. I didn't understand that all the cages had to be broken open, so as soon as a branching path opened up, I moved in the direction closest to the end of the game, not knowing that I would never have been able to reach it like that. I never went to Mosquito's Nest, for example, until I started working on this episode. Kevin Manny is the only person I follow on Twitch because he does a lot of Jaguar stuff, old and new, and he's called out this very podcast a few times, so thank you, Kevin, for that. He recently worked on a 100% playthrough of Rayman, and did so on his Retro HQ Jaguar game drive. The game drive, which I'll talk more about in an out-of-sequence episode, saves cartridge EEPROM data to a small file on the micro SD card. I contacted Kevin and asked him if he could send me that file so that I could load it onto my game drive and effectively have access to the entire game by opening the profile with his initials. It worked perfectly, and even though there are some levels that you can't revisit in Rayman, it opened up much more of the game than I had previously had access to, and was very helpful with research. Thank you again, Kevin, and everyone, if you're into the Jaguar and Twitch streams, check him out. He's under the name Kevin Buffalo. A few years ago, there was a sale on PS1 classics on the PlayStation Network. I bought a few such games in that sale, a couple Spyro the Dragon titles, a Mega Man game, something else I don't remember, and Rayman. I wanted to be able to compare the PlayStation version myself, get a good feel for it, so that I could do an honest comparison with the Jaguar version. I didn't think I'd be able to rely solely on YouTube videos or written accounts for that. The opening intro video is annoying, terribly narrated, long, the kind of thing that you might watch once and then skip forevermore. That's true for a lot of these early CD-ROM CGI animations, including most of the Jaguar CD games, but still, I don't think it really adds anything. I might prefer the slideshow on the Jaguar, as long as I know that I can hit pause or option to skip it. Given my experience with other PlayStation games, I figured the Jaguar version would run at a higher color depth, but it might push a few more colors. I tried to get the same scene up on the screen and run a color cube analysis on both, and the PlayStation version did come up a little short, but not by much, really. Within the margin of error, I'd say. It's not like the PC or Game Boy Advance, which are noticeably lower in terms of color depth. The music is obviously different. Redbook audio versus what sounds like MIDI music on the Jaguar. The tunes are recognizable on the PlayStation, many of them, coming from the Jaguar, but although they sound way better in terms of instrument quality and all that, and sometimes they include things like ambient jungle noises, I think I like the understated Jaguar music better. I think it just fits. That's probably because the Jaguar is where I played the game first and therefore feels right, having spent so much time there before trying the PlayStation. But if you want something that's less subjectively out of place, let's talk about Rayman's voice. He sounds just like an adult male human. He doesn't look like an adult male human, may or may not be an adult, definitely not human, so the voice, I'd say, doesn't match the character. More confusing is the laugh. It's like the laugh and speech are entirely different characters. Also consider the floating plum sound. I don't know if you've ever floated around on a giant plum, but I can tell you that's totally not what it sounds like. So weird. The sound effects in general, they all sound digitized except on the Jaguar, and I actually prefer what the Jaguar's got going on here. Like the music, it's understated, smooth, not sharp. The hunter's bullets, hammers sound on the Jaguar matches the motion, rapid swipes, but on the PlayStation and other ports you only hear every third swipe or so. It definitely doesn't match up with the animation. I actually find the PlayStation sound effects irritating, frustrating when you're talking about the death sound playing over and over and over when you're just trying to get past a certain point. Also, riding Bizet without blasting out toxic mosquito snot, it doesn't seem right. I thought something was broken the first time I got to that stage in the PlayStation version. I'm just sitting on top, still punching? That's lame. Also, it doesn't match what we had in Rayman Origins. Origins draws from the Jaguar in that regard. The PlayStation version has mist, translucent mist in at least one of the stages, and the Jaguar has a foreground layer instead. It's an okay trade-off, I thought. But then I noticed the PlayStation has multiple layers of background parallax in some stages, where the Jaguar really doesn't. Game Boy Advance has a similar background parallax effect, so it may have been a ROM space thing more than a console power thing. Many of the additional backgrounds are very nice on the PlayStation, and the lack of those extra backgrounds definitely shows the cartridge limitations on the Jaguar. Additionally, there are places in Bandland and Candy Chateau which have foreground elements, harmonicas and ice cream scoops respectively, which the Jaguar lacks. There's some extra decoration in some of the levels too, nothing you interact with, but add some graphical flair. Those are nice too. But also nice on the Jaguar are the big colorful letters that make up the level name and which spell out action. Some of the extra animations in the other ports I really don't care for. There's the looking around while idle and the somersaults. Both of those feel unlike the animations that are common across all the platforms. And the shivering around a boss, that just seems out of character for Rayman, who's always happy, smiling, unless he just got hurt or is about to throw a punch. Otherwise, his perpetual happiness is one of the endearing things about Rayman, so I don't care for the shivering in fear bit. The Jaguar version in general feels faster, with minimal loading time and running rather than sauntering between the different levels in the map screen. But if you want fast, the speedruns of the PlayStation Rayman are crazy, especially the tool-assisted speedrun, which completes the game in 1 hour and 3 minutes. I've put a link to that video in the show notes. You can't watch it without saying, wait, what just happened as Rayman rockets across the screen through seemingly solid objects? I have to say, while I own both, and each version has its advantages and disadvantages, I like the Jaguar version better. It seems tighter and cleaner, faster, and more consistent, and the continue screen makes more sense. I see the continue screen a lot, so I consider that pretty important. Also, being my first exposure to our favorite limbless lead, it's going to feel right to me, and the PlayStation version is always going to be slightly off and foreign. And that's just personal bias in no small amount. It's time to give this game a rating. Well, almost time. First, I have to break down what I like and what I don't like about Jaguar Rayman. For what I like, I've got to start with, of course, the colors and the animation. It's a beautiful, smooth game that drops you off in a vibrant world, the likes of which were seldom, if ever, seen in a previous platform game. The butterflies and flowers and mushrooms, it's wonderful. Progressively unlocking abilities is great, and the way the new skills are leveraged to access places you simply couldn't reach before, it's well thought out. The helicopter hair is a brilliant mechanic, and the hanging ability is right up there too. The auto-scrolling levels mix things up a bit, and many of the stages in general are shaped differently. Some are squarish, some are more horizontal, some are more vertical. A lot of these characters are gigantic. They're huge and have so many colors and so much animation that Rayman truly feels like a next-gen game, unlike all the other platformers on the Jaguar like Bubsy and Zool 2. The game has a quirky sense of humor, bordering on absurdist. The bullet with a cartoon mallet that pops out and starts whacking the air in front of it, tall Livingstons drunkenly walking around with plums on their heads, delightful. Collision detection is so lenient that sometimes you feel like you're cheating. Whoa, that didn't get me? How did that not get me? Am I in God mode? There is no God mode. The tings are used as effective hints on where to go. For example, when you first wake up Mr. Scops, after you lose all of your platforms over the lava, where can you possibly seek refuge? There's a ting just below the ledge giving you a hint that, hey, maybe hanging from this ledge will keep you safe. And it does. I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but when Rayman's hanging from a ledge, if something walks on his hand, for example, it doesn't hurt. This game is no small challenge. You can play it off and on for decades and still not even get halfway through. Living proof right here. Okay, time to move on to things I dislike about Rayman on the Jaguar. I said how vibrant and rich the Dream Forest is, so many things moving around everywhere, and it's clear that much attention was lavished on these early stages. The rest of the game feels bland by comparison. Some of the worlds make more sense than others. Dream Forest, great. Blue Mountains, sure. Caves of Scops, why not? But Bandland and Picture City don't really fit, and I'd say the Candy Chateau is kind of in between. Picture City is the worst of the bunch, I think. The theme is, well, it feels inconsistent, and it doesn't seem to have any reason for existing other than making the game as difficult as it can. Even just watching a playthrough, I get frustrated when the player misses an insane jump or takes a hit from an enemy that plunges Rayman into the abyss. Everything is the same every time you play, so memorization is key. That's true for a lot of platformers, granted, so this is a minor thing that does impact replayability if you're not speedrunning or anything, and assuming of course you're able to beat this game to begin with. There are times when I wish I could have looked around the screen while Rayman is standing still to see what platforms I need to reach or what dangers look ahead. Some platforms will let you do that by pushing up and down on the D-pad. Bubsy here on the Jaguar has a whole button dedicated to looking around. The PC version, when I tested that out, it does let you look up and down, but the screen seems smaller, wider, less tall than on the console, so the ability to look up and down might have been to compensate for that. I don't like respawning enemies, and I don't like the knockback when injured. More than once, that's cost me a life. I wish there was a way to start the game without going through one of the 3 save slots. All 3 slots are in use on my cart, and in the course of my research I wanted to, visit Patilla for the first time. But the 3 slots were all past that point, so my only choice was to delete one of them and start over. Well, my only fully legitimate choice. I ended up using my Jaguar game drive to do a lot of this research. I think it's a little harsh that even a single hit will cost Rayman power-ups, as opposed to the other versions where Rayman keeps his power-ups until he loses a life. I'm not much of a fan of the backtracking required to reach earlier cages. I mean, revisiting the Dream Forest is always a pleasure, but Bandland, not so much. Back when I was listening to and contributing to the Atari 7800 Game by Game podcast, I came to really like the rating system used by the host of that show, Phil the No Swear Gamer, so I decided to use that scale for this podcast as well. This is a 4-point rating scale. At the top, the 5 best games on the platform get a Hall of Fame rating. The rest of the games that you like get a solid rating. Games that you don't particularly care for get a meh rating. And the worst 5 games on the platform get a trash rating. For me, Rayman is going to get Hall of Fame. This is a beautiful, highly polished game that, will often have you swearing in frustration, but offers so much in terms of tight gameplay, innovative enemies, gigantic sprites, and a serious level of challenge. It's one of the 5 best games on the Jaguar, and it gives you a Rayman that is unique in many ways, yet still pretty closely connected to the modern 2D renditions of the character. But that's just my opinion. What's your take? I took an ad for Rayman, the earliest one I could find, chopped it up and rearranged it so that when I posted it on Facebook, it wouldn't be cropped, as Facebook tends to do. It's a very vertical ad, and if I just posted it verbatim, you'd have to click on it to see the whole thing, and I didn't want that. Anyway, on Facebook, Clinton says, Rayman, finally. First of all, my first Rayman game was Rayman 2 on the Nintendo 64, which is one of my favorite games of all time. But I didn't even know the first Rayman was a 2D game. I'd only played the Saturn and PSX versions, but I found both enjoyable. The music is some of the best video game music I've heard. The gameplay doesn't get boring, and the charm is definitely something I remember. Great game, can't wait to hear what you have to say about the Jaguar original, since I know nothing about it. Well, Clinton, you wouldn't like the music as much. The CD music is very nice indeed, but otherwise I think you'd like the Jaguar version well enough. You might find it easier without the sliding mechanic in Bandland and a few other stages. I've never played Rayman 2 or any of the 3D Rayman games, which I guess is mostly just 2 and 3, right? Without counting the Rabbids spin-offs. I guess I could have gotten Rayman 2 for the Dreamcast or downloaded it for the PSP or PlayStation 3. I didn't really consider it, but perhaps I should have, since you regard it so highly. Thank you for your feedback. Roberth says, easily a Hall of Fame game for me on Jaguar. The first time I ever played Rayman was on PlayStation 1 when I was little but never managed to clear the second world, Bandland. I'll never forget the day when my mom and dad brought McDonald's food and Jaguar Rayman as an import from eBay. I played it until I was tired at 4 o'clock a.m. when I reached the last area of Picture City, but I finished it in the next morning. I actually find the Jag version much more easier than the PS1 Saturn and GBA versions, but that's probably because the Jag original lacked some of the more dickish elements from those versions, and I would recommend it via emulation to try it. Plus, the hidden breakout minigame is cool. Sorry for the long post, but I'll summarize my final thoughts. Best 2D visuals on the platform, good music in my opinion, great gameplay, excellent controls, etc. Simply put, this is one of my favorite and best titles on the Jaguar. Thank you, Roberth. Oh, hey, while you're here, thank you so much for posting all of the magazine scans on Jaguar Sector 3. That's the only place I could find Die Hard Game Fan, which had a lot to say about Rayman. I will likely never be as good at Rayman as you were as a kid. Picture City looks brutal, some of those jumps. Yeah. I agree with your assessment, though, totally. Bill Kendrick says, alas, I never ended up with Rayman on the Jaguar. I have the original PlayStation version, which I suck at, and we have Rayman Origins on the Wii, which my kids played a ton of, probably beat it. I'm looking forward to hearing its history. Origins is great. We haven't beaten it ourselves, but the game is a blast, and I'm glad I'm not the only one who kind of sucks at the original. Greg says, fantastic game for the Jaguar, top 5 easily. Totally agree. Thanks, Greg. On Twitter, JB says, Rayman is amazing. Love the Wii version and recently got the Switch version too. The Game Boy Advance version is amazing too. The mechanics on it are so good, so smooth. My son played, my wife played, we all love Rayman. Great for all ages, skill levels also. A very fair feeling game. I don't know, some of those parts don't feel all that fair. That jump in Pencil Pentathlon, you not only have to hit the running jump with pixel-perfect accuracy, you also need a helicopter hair at just the right time. And even if you do everything perfectly, Rayman just barely catches that ledge. This is just the Jaguar version that's like that. It took me, I kid you not, 45 lives to get past Pencil Pentathlon, mostly due to that jump. But it's very different on the PlayStation and probably the other ports. The gap is much narrower, the inky slope is so slippery that you get more speed. So in the Wii and the Switch and the GBA, it's not like that. That said, though, you don't often feel cheated by the game. It doesn't arbitrarily smite you or anything. I had just listened to the Cannon Fodder episode of this podcast, and it reminded me of some random elements like the roof of a blown-up building landing right on and squashing your entire troop. That's, I guess, more unfair than anything that Rayman's got going on. But it is smooth, super smooth, and forgiving with the collision detection. It's good that it ramps up slowly so that you develop affection for the game and the Rayman character before it starts to get really tricky. Thank you, JB. Also on Twitter, Weird and Retro says, I really enjoyed the Jaguar version, but never got to finish it. You and me both, my friend. You and me both. On Atari Age, Cubanismo says, I've been looking forward to this one. I think I shared some feedback via email several months ago, but I also wanted to point out the coverage of Rayman and its various ports in the Pandemonium Sega Saturn review series, and there's a link to a YouTube video. I watched this, and it is indeed very good. It contains good chunks of the history and gives a fair assessment of the Jaguar version, which it confirms was out first. Cubanismo also includes a link to a video about the cancelled 32X port of Rayman, which includes actual footage taken from E3 showing one of the Dream Forest levels with a different background, unlike any other port. He closes out the post by saying, in particular, he's usually pretty good about digging up minute differences between various ports of a given title, though generally focused on PS1 versus Saturn. Hope this helps in your research. Well, Cubanismo, I didn't use these in my research because I'd already built out my notes for the various things he covered in the videos by the time he posted it, but the videos are very good and worth checking out. RollOut says, I just found this podcast today. Not sure what I was expecting, but you blew away my expectations. You present this stuff in a really entertaining way, and the production is awesome. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, RollOut. That's very kind, and welcome aboard. At the rate I'm producing these episodes, you'll have no trouble at all catching up. DoctorClu posted his thoughts about Rayman, and they go a little something like this. I'm extremely proud as a Jaguar fan that Rayman is one of the mascots on the platform. We might have a few to choose from, but with Rayman alongside Bubsy, Zool, and Kid Cleats, Soccer Kid, you have some fun to be had there. Rayman is honestly creative and fun for the first few levels, and then cranks in crazy hard after about 4 levels in, and just gets ridiculous in later levels. It's like they really thought out the first few levels quite well to introduce the player to the gameplay, and then not so much after the first few levels. However, those early levels at least give the player the chance to understand the controls and give some training before throwing the player to the wolves. This in contrast to Bubsy, as much as I love it, where the last developed levels were switched around with the early levels so that you're thrown to the wolves at the start and things get kind of easier mid-game. Overall, solid graphics, music, character design, and lots of content that I'm still playing through after a decade or two. If you are like me, you'll play a little bit, marvel at what Rayman shows the Jaguar can do, and then as the game starts to get frustrating, set the game down for a year or two, and pick back up again later. Overall, worth getting as a showcase game. He also posted some fan art he did of like an Atari Karts hack where the Jaguar mascots characters like Rayman and Bubsy, the Worms, and Zool are racing. There will be a link to this post in the show notes. What you said there, DoctorClu, about the first few levels being well thought out, I totally agree. It matches my experience as well, and kind of matches what I've observed about the development history, where the Dream Force levels had so much more time spent on them than perhaps all the others. It is a good showcase game. I agree with that too. Thanks, Doc. We also heard from Triple D79 on Atari Age, not about Rayman, but about the podcast in general, and he said, my favorite podcast has to be the Kasumi Ninja one. Shinto made a parody of the Mortal Kombat theme. It's funny. I enjoyed making that, and I learned so much about the game thanks to Ted Takuichi. It was a fun one, and if you liked the Techno Syndrome parody I did, I'm kind of planning on doing the same basic thing with Ultra Vortec. Haven't put any work into that yet, so I'm not sure if it'll turn out as well, but that's my plan. Spoiler alert. On Atari.io, Justin wrote, good to see you, Shinto. Looking forward to the Rayman episode. When the Jaguar came out and we were still in the midst of the bit wars, and although we were about to move past mascots, generally speaking, I felt like the Jaguar needed a Mario or Sonic or Bonk of its own. Atari didn't seem to have that, and I thought although Rayman wouldn't be the Jaguar mascot, of course, it would bring that sort of feel to the system and show us what a platformer would look like on a 64-bit system. I think, Justin, if there was some period of exclusivity with Rayman on the Jaguar, say 6 months before it reached the PlayStation and other platforms, Rayman could have attained some kind of mascot-like status. I don't know if anything else in the works really had the potential to be a mascot platformer game that exemplified the Jaguar. Indiana Jag, the virtual experience game, it didn't look from the little screenshots I've seen like a big enough improvement over 16-bit platforms to fit that role. Maybe if we saw it in motion with all the parallax it was supposed to have, I don't know. But at the time, in the mid-90s, I thought, or rather feared, Trevor McFur was Atari's Jaguar mascot. But yeah, that's kind of the transition time away from platform-defining mascot characters. It wouldn't have hurt, but I don't know how much it would have helped either. Thank you, Justin, for your feedback. Sabertooth wrote, Rayman was a breath of fresh air on the Jaguar. I remember picking it up in fall of '95 at Electronics Boutique, popping into my Jaguar and being blown away by the production quality. My cousin and I spent a lot of time on this one that fall and winter. As a game, I personally think the difficulty level is a bit high, but I love the stunning 2D art style, characters, and the almost living world of Rayman. It's a title I come back to year after year. I agree completely, Sabertooth. Rayman is bright and slick and vibrant and, yeah, more than a little bit difficult. I'll bet you're glad you bought it in '95 rather than trying to get a copy at a reasonable price today. I know I am. Sabertooth, it was good to hear from you. Thanks. Let's see what landed in the Jaguar at GameByGamePodcast.com inbox. Hey, Bishop. Do we have any text or audio submissions for Rayman?
We do. 3 text submissions. There is also feedback for prior games, and an audio submission for general feedback.
Ooh, cool. Please send the text submissions to my screen. Rayman first.
Ready.
First up. That's right, TrekMD was first to beam down a text submission. He writes, Sorry I didn't send any feedback for Syndicate, but to be honest, it's not a game I really enjoy much. I own it, I tried it, got frustrated, and gave up on it. That's about all I can say about it. But that's not the case with today's game, however. Rayman I actually played for the very first time on my Palm Tungsten C. Remember those? They came on an SD card that I could just put on the Tungsten and play the game. This was in the early 2000s when I still did not have a Jaguar. Once I got a Jaguar, around 2007, this was a title I got very quickly given my familiarity with the game. Needless to say, I was not disappointed, as the Jaguar ports took what I had enjoyed on the Tungsten to the next level. The colorful graphics and music were excellent, the animation was silky smooth, and the gameplay was entertaining while still offering a challenge. The stages are simply gorgeous to look at, with lots of detail, tons of elements, and with plenty to explore. I believe the Jaguar version of this game may be among the most colorful of all the retro systems, if not the most colorful. The game really shows off the prowess of the Jaguar as a 2D machine. Insofar as gameplay, the learning curve of the game is quite fair, and it is fun as the new challenges appear to match the new abilities Rayman can acquire through the game. I love this title on the Jaguar, and it is among my most favorite games for the system. If anyone asks me for game recommendations for the system, this game is among those recommendations. Going to the final frontier, gaming. P.S. Bishop, tonight's level 2.
Yes, it will indeed be a long night for humanity.
I don't even know what that means.
Exactly.
Yeah, so the Palm Tungsten, I remember those. I considered it briefly when shopping for a PDA for my wife, but it was pretty expensive. There was a Sony also that I considered, but if I remember correctly, it didn't have the keyboard, which was important. I ended up going with the Handspring Trio 90, which had a lower resolution, like half the resolution of the Tungsten or the Sony, but a much lower price point. It was a neat little device. I didn't know until researching this episode that there was a port of Rayman for Palm OS, as well as Symbian devices. I was big into Symbian for a while. We don't have any actual Palm devices anymore, but I do have a Palm emulator, Garnet I think it's called, for my Nokia N900. And I tried to get a version to work on it, but it ended up being a deeper rabbit hole than I expected, so I gave up. Didn't think it was worth the effort. That was before I read your email. Anyway, yeah, from what I've seen, these mobile phone and PDA versions, there was also one for Windows Mobile, and the Game Boy Color is similar. It's a pretty different game, not nearly as colorful, definitely. In terms of the number of colors, the Jaguar, I'd say, is one of the top 3 along with the PlayStation and Saturn. And while it might have more on-screen colors, it's pretty negligible as far as I can tell. The learning curve is pretty gentle. As you said, I think Ubisoft did a good job there. And pretty much everywhere else. Thank you for your feedback, TrekMD, as always. Next up is Cubanismo, the aforementioned email. Here's what he had to say. I've been waiting for Rayman so I'd actually have some feedback to offer. I've been playing it a little more lately since I wanted to get past the first 2 levels before documenting my opinion. At this point, I've managed to make it to the Blue Mountains, and I'm appreciating the game more and more. First of all, the artwork is gorgeous. This is my daughter's second favorite game behind Cybermorph, and she calls it the colorful one. She's not wrong. The level design is interesting and varied. These 2 aspects combined keep me engaged and genuinely excited to see what's next. The controls, one of the most important aspects of a good platformer, in my humble opinion, are great. Very responsive, and I never feel cheated out of a jump I thought I should have made or anything. The music is perfect for the environment. I'm not going to be playing it on my car stereo, but it's well done and sets the right mood for the game. I do have 2 criticisms. It would have been nice to be able to run. Is that one of the skills Rayman learns later? Either way, it's the early, easier levels where I want it. I'm sure it would have thrown the mechanics off, but I feel it's taking a bit long to get places sometimes. It's hard, no more difficult than Mario World, I suppose, which is the platformer gold standard, in my opinion, but I'm older now than when I first played Mario, and I don't have the reflexes or the hours to devote to gaming I did back then. If you'd asked me back then, I probably would have said the difficulty was just right, but I'm not preteen me anymore. Today, this game is harder than I'd like it to be. Overall, Rayman gets a solid rating from me. It's not one of my overall favorites on the Jaguar, but it comes pretty close. Wow, second behind Cybermorph for your daughter. That's interesting. That's not a criticism or anything, just an interesting data point.
Well done.
You're right that the controls are responsive and that you never really feel cheated out of a jump. You just try again and again until you get it right. Unfortunately, that often means losing progress as you restart from a checkpoint or continue. I really don't know what EGM was complaining about with the controls. It's the only review that criticized them as far as I've been able to find, and it's something all 4 reviewers mentioned. It's like, if you can't find anything bad to say about a Jaguar game, talk about the controls. I mean, have you seen that controller? It's so different. Paraphrasing. I like what you said about the music. Perfect for the environment, but not something you're going to be listening to outside of the game. And this podcast episode, hopefully. Yes, running is a skill that you'll learn later, the last skill Rayman picks up, and it's mostly used, at least in the Jaguar version, to make long jumps that Rayman couldn't pull off before. I know I would have loved the running skill when I was pursued by Mr. Stone, but that comes before the skill is handed out. I've never actually played Super Mario World, so I can't compare difficulty, but I do find Rayman a hard game, especially these days, and some stages I had to play a dozen or more times before I was able to reach the end. The one with Mosquito carrying the giant spiky fruit comes to mind. Took forever to get past that one. Thank you so much for your feedback, Cubanismo. Our last text submission for Rayman is from Super Retro 64. He writes, "This is the game I've most been looking forward to. I've never played the Jaguar version. In fact, I have only seen the Atari Jaguar once behind glass, but I have played the PlayStation version and I absolutely loved it. Even though it has been ported so many times and received numerous sequels, I still feel like it is underrated. I love its sense of humor and how Rayman gets faster and stronger as the game progresses. I think you said in your last show that you got stuck and never beat the game. I wonder if you got stuck in the same place I did. I can't remember what level it was, but you slid down a ramp and then bounce and have to avoid instant death obstacles. I just couldn't manage to do it. That is, until I looked up the solution and felt stupid. During this section, just don't touch the controller. Rayman's momentum will get him through just fine on his own. Thanks for the great show. Keep up the good work." Thank you, Super Retro. It's entirely possible that what you described, sliding down a ramp, is something that doesn't happen at all in the Jaguar version because the sliding mechanic wasn't implemented there. There is a stage where Rayman is bouncing down a steep hill on top of a plum, but that stage is pretty similar on the PlayStation as well, and probably not what you're referring to. Underrated? I don't know. Rayman as a character is certainly less recognized than Mario or Sonic, but more popular than, like, Bonk or Zool or Bubsy. I like that he's still getting games, namely Origins, when was that, 2011, and Legends in 2013 or 14. I guess it was a while ago. Hopefully Ubisoft has something new in the works. Thanks again, Super Retro 64. I'm glad you like the show, even though you've never actually played a Jaguar. It always surprises me that this podcast has any appeal at all beyond just long-time, die-hard Jaguar owners. We have an email from Arethius here with feedback from, it looks like 3 prior games. He says, "It has been a while since I last sent in my feedback, so I am catching up here. Here's my personal opinions about those 3 games. Super Burnout. I know this is a good game, but not one I really like. I cannot deny its qualities, you mentioned them all, but they do not resonate in me. I do like the graphics, and little touches like night falling and the nice backgrounds. The sense of speed is great, but it is too much for me. It is true I am not a fan of sports games, but I do like a few of them, and unfortunately Super Burnout is not one of them. My major complaint about this title would be the gameplay. I cannot do what I like to do, and that annoys me. I also do not like the music very much. I do find it appealing. Except for the credit track, which is called Shen's track, I believe. I added it to my video game playlist among Tempest 2K, Mind's Eye, and Defender 2K title theme, and some other Jaguar songs. I eventually finished it years ago, but I do not plan on doing it again. Overall, it is a meh for me. One funny fact about this game, well, about the song Shen's theme, I also added it to my relaxing movie and video games playlist, and when friends come over to dinner, I play this list. My wife loves this list and does have a soft spot on this particular song. Weird is she almost never likes the music I heard. She also decides which music to play when I'm driving our car, and she does not have a driver's license. How can she even think of doing that? Syndicate. I played this game a long time ago. My only experience with this game is the Jaguar version and the Mega Drive version. I remember liking this game quite a lot, although I never played further than Mission 6, I believe, or was it only Mission 4? I also remember thinking, whoa, this would be cool if we could have a sequel, and sure enough there had been a sequel, yet not on the Jaguar. As I said, I remember this game quite fondly, but I do not own it anymore, so I reserve my judgment for another time once I'll repurchase the game. Theme Park. I perfectly remember when I listened to this episode for the first time. I was in the car, I had to drive to get my son from a friend's house and then rejoin my wife. I started listening to the episode at home, then in the car, then I paused to get my son and install him in the chair, and I relaunched this episode, and my son was not happy with that, and he made it clear to me. So I made a pact with the devil. If he would let me listen to the end of this episode without a word, we would listen to any music he wanted after that. What a fool I was. I traded 20 minutes of podcast against 2 hours of childing music with some loops of more than 10 times the same song. Lesson learned, never trade with my son. Well, more or less learned. Anyway, I feel quite ambivalent about this episode, not because you did not like the game that much. For me, it is a hall of fame. When I start a game, I never know when I'll end, due to the lack of an in-game save, but I am surprised you did not mention the 2 big cheats in the game. Cheat number 1, start a theme park, invest all you can in shop research. 2 years later, you'll get all the rides unlocked. Cheat number 2, get a roller coaster or any track ride for almost nothing. Buy the ride, place it, then make the smallest track you can. Open the ride and then close it right away, must be within the same day. Put the time to -20 and make the biggest ride ever. It should cost you nothing. One downside of this cheat is you don't earn any trophy. These 2 cheats make the game lots easier. As for my rating, I give Theme Park a Hall of Fame for 3 main reasons. 1. When I play the game, God only knows when I'll stop. 2. The game being only in English, as is the manual, I had to use quite a lot of my English to French dictionary in order to understand the game. 3. This might be, well actually is, the only game my father considered being not that stupid. That's it for now, take care. Well, thank you, Arethius. We'll go in reverse order because that's fresh in my mind. Theme park. You're right about the roller coaster track where you can create a short track, close the ride, and then rebuild it as long as you want for no additional charge. I had that in my notes, actually. I look at GameFAQs and Atari Age for cheats, and I believe this was listed under the Amiga version. I'm not sure why I didn't mention it, maybe because I didn't actually try it out to see if it worked. Your confirmation is great, though, so thank you for that. The other cheat you mentioned, investing everything in shop research, I don't think I remember coming across that as a cheat or strategy. I imagine you need to have some kind of minimum attractions running those 2 years just to stay in business, right? Or do you just leave the park closed that whole time? I could see how Theme Park could be parent approved with all the financial aspects in their income and expenses and investments and all that. Your father could have been in marketing. Play Theme Park. It's not that stupid. Kids' music is the worst. Well, I take that back. There's a lot of irritating kids' music out there. I was visiting my sister and her kids liked listening to Kids Bops or whatever it's called. It was bad. There's some good kids' music out there. There's a children's author named Sandra Boynton, big favorite of ours, and she released several books with CDs. We bought, I think, 4 of them. There might have been 5 or 6 all told. They're actually entertaining for both kids and their parents, and she was able to line up some interesting talent. Scott Bakula had a song in there, if you can believe that. Kevin Bacon, I think, Blues Traveler does one. There's actually a duet with Weird Al Yankovic and Kate Winslet singing about needing a nap. So we enjoyed those. Also, movie soundtrack CDs were good. We listened to So Much Tangled and Rio and Wall-E and Hoodwinked. I realize the Sandra Boynton stuff may not help you out very much because they are all in English. Anyway, Syndicate and Super Burnout, we've got different opinions on those, and that's fine. Shen's theme is a great song, and I'm not surprised that it's a hit with your family. Driver chooses the music. Funny how that's an unwritten rule in both France and the States, but unless your wife has terrible, terrible taste in music, I'd probably let her have the win. Our audio submission is from Brian in Albuquerque. Let's check that out.
Hey Shento, my name's Brian, and I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I've been dying to leave you feedback about the Jaguar. So I am a semi-regular contributor to Ferg's 2600 podcast, the last year or so anyway, and I stumbled across his podcast out of sheer boredom when the pandemic started. My dad had just passed away before the pandemic really hit, and it was kind of hard. I live alone where I live in Albuquerque, and I don't have a lot of family or any family here. And I've been here about 10 years. So when the pandemic hit, I was alone and depressed, and my ex and I had just broken up before all that hit, and it was really tough. So I kind of poured myself into podcasting, into listening to podcasts, and I stumbled across Ferg's podcast by listening to the No Swear Gamer, Classic Game Room, and other people on YouTube. So, so through all of those and through Brian Thomas's great Jaguar on YouTube, as well as the Handycast by Mark Little, I found out about your podcast, started listening and watching Brian Thomas's YouTube reviews of the Jaguar games as well, and I just had to have one. So a few months ago, I purchased my first Jaguar on eBay in the box. Got a really good price on it. I was really surprised. And so I do have a few box games I've collected since then. This is just a few months ago. But I do have a few great games I managed to get a hold of. And I just wanted to talk to you about those. I don't have Rayman you're talking about for this episode, but I'll get it eventually. I did just get Tempest 2000, though, and also listen to that episode. I've started from the beginning with your episodes, so I think I'm on the Bubsy one right now, which I just ordered as well. Can't wait to get it. So Tempest 2000, I have to say, is hands down, it's my favorite game of anything I've played on this system. It's great. And I know it's also one of your favorites. The music kind of reminds me of Tetrasphere for the N64, which may have gotten their style and music from the Jaguar. I'm not sure. But I used to love that game back when I first started going to college, when I was like 22. And I never owned a Jaguar growing up. I had an Atari 2600 growing up, and then a NES, and I was a Nintendo fanboy for, about 20 years. Never really had an interest in the Atari until, I think I had a 2600 in the 90s at some point, but I never really got into it until the pandemic, and then I really got into it. So anyway, back to the games. Tempest 2000, I would have to say, is my top favorite right now. It's just amazing, great graphics. Well, okay graphics, great gameplay and music, and I just love it. It's one of my favorite games. I also recently got Alien vs. Predator, which is amazing. I actually did a review of that. I started my own YouTube channel, I should say, under the name Ballistic Coffee Boy, and that's ballistic with a K. And you can also have a website that's linked to that I've had, at least since 97. But this is my first foray into doing a YouTube channel. I'm having a lot of fun. So I did a Halloween episode on Alien vs. Predator, wore a mask and everything. It was a lot of fun, and I really liked that game. Other games I bought that I like are Club Drive. I know that's actually the first episode of yours I listened to, because it was the game I was most intrigued by in the beginning. And it is a very quirky game. It kind of reminds me of Kung Fu on the Lynx, and that it's so strange and original and really stands out. And so I still like it. I also like Doom quite a bit. Love Super Burnout. That's probably my second favorite game. Just wonderful, fast, and great graphics and sound, and it's really great. I also have a secret obsession for Kasumi Ninja. It's another one of those cheesy, over-the-top games that I just love. Also kind of reminds me of those outlying games on other consoles. And yeah, just some great games so far. And I can't wait to collect more, especially Rayman. I want to try that one out. So anyway, thank you guys for taking the time listening. And Shinto, thank you so much for your podcast. It's amazing. And whenever you have one out, I freak out because I'm catching up, but it's another one that I can savor later. You know what I mean? So anyway, keep it up, man. And if you guys have time, visit my YouTube page, Ballistic Coffee Boy. And yep, I like coffee and I like games. So anyway, we'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for listening. And everyone be safe. Have a great holiday. Bye.
Brian, I think it's great that you have an affinity toward and can get into these weird fringe games like Club Drive and Kasumi Ninja and Kung Fu on the Lynx, though even though I love the premise of Kung Fu, it's not a game that I was able to get into. Maybe I'll give it another try when Mark gets to it on the Handycast. A lot of people, when they think about games worth playing on the Jaguar, there's Tempest 2000 and Alien vs. Predator and maybe Super Burnout, and that's about it. Club Drive and Kasumi Ninja are usually at the opposite end of that spectrum, absolute garbage or whatever, but I think that sells them well short. They're fun and quirky and interesting, and it takes a special kind of person, I think, to look past the popular opinion and dig in and find stuff to like. That reminds me of years ago when I first started this podcast. I got a mention on the Retro Gaming Roundup podcast. I saved the audio from that episode, but I haven't had the occasion to include it in this show. It's only about a minute long, so let me go ahead and throw it in right here.
Next up is a new Atari Jaguar podcast from Bobby Idod. Hiya, chaps. I mentioned this already to Mike, but as he lives on the wrong side of the Pennines, he's too lazy to make a note of it, and so asked me to email the details instead. A guy by the name of Shinto, who some peeps might recognise as a semi-regular contributor to the 2600 and 7800 game-by-game podcasts, has taken the bull by the horns and started an Atari Jaguar game-by-game podcast. That won't run as long as the others. The Facebook page is active at facebook.com/Jaguar Game by Game, and an introductory episode 0 can be found at jaguar.gamebygamepodcast.com, along with other details about the show. And Bobby's done a nice, clever little signature there. Very good.
It'll probably be, this game is shit. This game is shit. Tempest is cool. This game is shit.
There you go. You just done a podcast.
Yeah. And that concludes our review of the Atari Jaguar.
Scott has definitely nailed the popular opinion here, so kudos, Brian, for looking past that and finding things to like in the Jaguar library. And for getting through that horrible start to 2020. That sounds like it really sucked, man. I'm glad you made it through with the help of Ferg and BTB and Phil. Great people, all of them, and they do good work. Talking Atari, spreading the love, great stuff. I'll include a link to your YouTube channel in the show notes, Ballistic Coffee Boy, as well as your AVP video directly. Good luck finding Rayman. Not easy to find, and certainly not cheap, as I mentioned earlier. I think I kind of lucked out by being into the Jaguar when the games were actively, albeit slowly, coming out for it. I couldn't afford to collect for it these days. Thank you so much for your feedback. My friends, we have reached the end of my coverage of Rayman for the Atari Jaguar. It was really long, but fun. In the next episode, we'll learn about the Jaguar CD-ROM and its built-in virtual light machine. This will be followed in subsequent episodes by the CD-ROM games Blue Lightning, Battle Morph, and then Highlander. If you have any feedback for these upcoming episodes, anything for games I've already covered, or about the podcast in general, please send that in to the email address jaguar@gamebygamepodcast.com. You can write it down or record an audio submission. I guarantee your voice isn't as bad as you think it is. All show-related links and the very latest on episode progress can be found on the World Wide Web at the address jaguar.gamebygamepodcast.com. I've also added a link to a survey. I'm always looking for ways to improve the show, so if you wanted to send some anonymous feedback, that's one way to do it. I've got some story time coming up after the closing theme. These are little anecdotes which were evoked by something I mentioned in the episode, but not specifically related to Rayman and or the Jaguar. You can stick around for that, or not, your call, but either way, before you guzzle a weird potion and helicopter harry your way into the rainbow on the horizon, please remember that there is a lot of good out there in this world of ours, even with widely ridiculed video game consoles. So do try to keep an open mind and a joyful heart. Thank you for listening. Wow, this episode has been a long time coming. Over a year I've been working on it, and fits and starts chipping away. It was a big undertaking trying to do this game justice, because how many games started out their lives on or around the Jaguar and still continue to this day? Not many. Rayman is a big property and there is so much to cover, and some of it, a lot of it probably didn't make it into this episode, even as long as it ended up being. Arethius asked me about the present level. Well, not so much asked, but brought it up, and I didn't work it into the episode proper because there really wasn't much information on it. This is something you see clearly in the latter Rayman beta version on the Jaguar. On the map screen above Bandland to the left, there's a big wrapped package hanging in the sky, wrapping paper pink ribbon, and with a ladder hanging out of the bottom. In the final release, you can kind of see this too at certain places in the map, but I don't have any evidence that there was any actual level design based around this theme, so it might not have gotten any further than the map screen itself. And I think this was removed altogether in the PC and later versions. Going back through and listening to my recording, I sounded overly harsh on the PlayStation version, which was not my intention. It's different from what I'm used to on the Jaguar, of course, and some parts of it really rubbed me the wrong way, but the quality of the music is fantastic. The parallax layers in the background definitely convey a nice impression of depth, and some of the extra gameplay elements are interesting. Many of the extra backgrounds are beautiful too, and though I ragged on the voice acting in the CGI intro, that only really applies to the English version. The German's not bad, and the French is actually quite nice.
Dans le monde de Rayman, la nature et ses habitants vivent en paix.
If you've been waiting patiently since episode 31, Syndicate, I'm sorry it's taken so long to get episode 32 out the door, but, if you're just plowing through this podcast sometime in the future, never mind, it's fine. Got a new microphone for Christmas 2021. Hopefully the audio quality is better. I went from a blue Snowball, not even the good blue Snowball, but the very low-end model, and this new one is a blue Yeti. I've been pretty happy with it so far, and I hope you agree it's an improvement. Using the same pop filter as the Snowball, I picked up less popping with the Yeti, and breath sounds are somehow less pronounced, so that made editing a bit easier, but my recording was very peaky. I kept making minor adjustments to the gain as I recorded, but still frequently redlined the input. Some of it I was able to correct with the clip fix filter, but not all of it, unfortunately, and I'm sure you noticed that. It'll take some more tweaking or perhaps dialing back my exuberance, but hey, I was excited to be back behind the microphone. Some special thanks are in order. Extra thanks to people who, willingly or not, provided significant aid in putting this episode together. Arethius, of course, with his translated mainland European reviews. Kevin Manny for providing the Rayman EEPROM dump with all the levels unlocked. Evelyn Chicken Talk on YouTube had a long play video on real hardware. I can't count the number of times I referenced that for building the walkthrough, learning enemy behavior, and double-checking sound effects and music. And finally, Clay Hallowell and or Xylonbane for the Jaguar Rocks music archive, which I used heavily for things like boss level music when I couldn't actually get to those levels directly on Kevin's save game, or by actually playing the game honestly. Hey, let's get into some story time.
And now, story time with Shinto.
I didn't know until researching this episode that Ubisoft was founded by the Guillemot family. I knew Guillemot as a hardware manufacturer. I had owned the Guillemot Maxi Sound Home Studio Pro 64 sound card, asked for it, and received it for my birthday in 1998. Previously, I'd been using a Sound Blaster with a Roland Wavetable daughter board, something I believe I mentioned back in the Doom episode. But this Maxi Sound Home Studio Pro was awesome. It had a superior wavetable with 4 megabytes of ROM that you could upgrade with a 16 megabyte SIM, which I did. I was writing a lot of MIDI music back then, so a good wavetable was important, and the card also offered a lot of cool real-time echo effects and more connectors than I could ever need. It's really cool. I had to stop using it, though, in 2004 because it was interfering with my DVD playback. I had just bought a DVD burner, and while my heavily overclocked Pentium 3 exceeded the minimum specifications for the DVD playback software, it was so choppy it was unwatchable. So, as cool as the Maxi Sound Home Studio Pro 64 was, it was still using the ISA bus instead of something faster like PCI or even USB. I was lamenting this choppy DVD playback thing on my blog, saying, and I quote, "I wonder if it isn't the ISA sound card I use. Yes, it's ISA, but it's a top-of-the-line ISA sound card, the Guillemot Maxi Sound Home Studio Pro 64. At least it was top-of-the-line 6 years ago when I got it. Since the playing software requires PCI, USB, or onboard audio, it must be my ISA card that's the problem, but I really like my ISA sound card." My friends, of course, jumped on this. Wait, did Shinto just say top-of-the-line ISA? Does it have vacuum tubes on it? I mean, we are talking ancient technology here. The next day, when I was writing about how hard it is to find cell phones that actually make a ringing sound instead of playing music, one of my friends said, "Just use your state-of-the-art ISA sound card to make a musical ringtone that sounds like a normal phone." Winky face. The next month, I built a new computer. That Pentium 3 was pretty long in the tooth by that point anyway. I got rid of that Guillemot sound card because, well, the only computer I had that still used ISA slots already had a sound card in it, and one that was more compatible with other operating systems. And since I had several different operating systems installed on this machine, I kept the more compatible one, but it was still a heck of a card. Top of the line for ISA. In Rayman on the Jaguar, many of the developers left little secret messages, which I like very much. They capture a point in time from a specific perspective, and as a developer myself, I also like to leave little messages in my code. Usually these are just comments, and you're not going to see them without digging through the source. But one time, I embedded a little time bomb to go off on a specific day at a specific time. I worked at this company for 8 years, through 2 mergers, dozens of coworkers, and trips around the world. I gave a lot to this company, and gained experience and unforgettable memories in return, but eventually it was time to leave. I had been offered a job much closer to home, and the prospect of gaining an hour a day with my family, over an hour each day due to the shortened commute, I couldn't pass that up. I had designed a system which gave my team and anyone walking by a glimpse into all the operational issues we were tracking in production. This was presented on a big screen TV driven by a computer that I named Hypnotoad. I used minor Futurama characters as a naming convention for many systems there at this company, and given how people would stare at this big screen, Hypnotoad seemed fitting. As I was packing up to leave the office for good, my time bomb went off. One of the graphs on the big screen was replaced by a frame from the final episode of the TV show MASH, showing the goodbye message left by BJ Honeycutt written out in stones near the helicopter pad. On the main part of the screen, which was an auto-scrolling list, I had overlaid a translucent animated version of the original company logo, 2 mergers prior. For nostalgia. I'm a nostalgic kind of guy. After 15 minutes, the message self-destructed and cleaned up all traces of itself. It was a bittersweet farewell, but definitely time to move on, and my career and my family were all the better for it. And my very high-mileage Subaru probably didn't mind either. It was about 2 years ago that my daughter started to add the phrase, "is the name of my upcoming album," as kind of a non sequitur addition to something somebody said just before, like a weird phrase that makes sense in context, but take it out of context, and it ends up being an amusing name for somebody's upcoming album. I started compiling a list of these after a while. Currently there are over 100, and let me give you some examples. Suspicious roaches, ribcage cages, worst death of their lives, cheap canned cheese, green tomato worm, debasement basement, Kardashian colored, whatever that means, gingerbread monolith, you're spilling your maltodextrin, one-sided waffle, prehistoric pineapple, fluffy yucca, the economy of the apocalypse, sky giraffe, menace to tidiness, unidentified cheesy object, the unexpected omelet, proteins vibin in the phospholipid bilayer, epic pantry, and who could forget, they frown with machine guns. So that last one, as an example, we were on a military base, for reasons I won't get into, and the normal gate that we used to get out was closed, so we needed to use the other one, which was kind of a long, winding drive away. But looking at the GPS, a straight shot going off-road would have been so much closer. But they tend to frown on that sort of thing, I said, and around here, they frown with machine guns. And my daughter added, "is the name of my upcoming album." See how that works? She picked this up from somewhere, I'm sure, but even so, it's something she's embraced wholeheartedly, and it's fun. So the next time somebody says something that would sound certifiably insane out of context, consider that for the name of your upcoming album. So, bring your galoshes and your bug spray containing diethyl 3-methylbenzamide. Diethyl 3-methylbenzamide. Why did I do this to myself? I'm going to make the choice for you. We're going to hit the swamps. So bring your galoshes and your bug spray containing diethyl 3-methylbenzamide because Bizet isn't the only mosquito this side of the dream forest. Nailed it. The patience of fans of the jump and run genre has paid off. Anyone who could have doubted the survival of the platformer games will be corrected by J-Man. Maniac Mansion. That is not the name of this magazine. That is the name of a game. Mr. Dark is taller than Rayman. He's wrapped in a blue cloak with a purple liner, kind of holding it in front of his face by his left hand. He's got long pointy shoes and a wide-brimmed hat with... Wait a minute, long pointy shoes. Batilla also has long pointy shoes, and both are capable of casting magic. Mr. Dark, I wonder if Mr. Dark is also a fairy, perhaps even one related to Batilla. A brother, or who knows, maybe even a sister. I mean, they say Mr. Dark, but we don't know. This dark person is always concealed behind the cloak. Batilla probably knows this, and is keeping the truth from Rayman and everyone else. Maybe that's why she's so helpful throughout the game. And maybe that's how Mr. Dark was able to steal the Great Pro-Tune out from under Batilla's nose in the first place. She couldn't bring herself to really harm her only sibling, like Gamora and Nebula in Marvel movies. I think I'm onto something here. I better edit this part out, or they'll know I know.
Hi, folks. You want to know what's going on? Let me tell you the story of Rayman. In Rayman's world, nature and people live together in peace. The Great Pro-Tune provides and maintains the harmony and balance in the world. Sorry, folks, this apparently can't last. Do you want to play or what? One fateful day, the evil Mr. Dark steals the Great Pro-Tune and defeats Batilla the Fairy as she tries to protect it. The Electoons, who used to gravitate around it, lose their natural stability and scatter all over the world. Troublesome, isn't it? And untidy, too.
In this now unbalanced world, strange phenomena begin to occur. Freaks and hostile characters appear, capturing every Electoon they can find. They definitely need a hero to save them now, don't you think? Rayman to the rescue!
No problem.
Go and free all the Electoons, Rayman, and bring back the great Protoon from its mysterious kidnapper. But will the bad guys let him do it? After all, he doesn't have arms or legs. But don't panic, neither do the bad guys. See, that wasn't so hard, and I'm not even a professional voice actor. But I could be. Give my agent a call at 347-674-4...
I am not your stupid agent.
Give me a call, 347-674-4686. That's 3 ISO Shinto.